Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine, and you? Starting with the co-host. Okay. See if you can share screen now.
Why are you recording now? Can't you-
It's set to record. I'll cut it afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Let's see. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if I insert. Can you see it?
Perfect. It's full screen.
Okay. Let's see if I can move my slides.
Perfect.
Okay. We are ready.
Perfect. And then
Okay. And then who's there to help you?
Melody will be
Okay. How many breakaway rooms are we going to have? Because I've tried to limit. Okay, we're going to, let me just go through my slides. Let me just get off this mode. You see the agenda, ne?
yeah.
Okay, it's going to be the welcome. And then I'm gonna touch on different responsibilities so that they understand why they need to do it as civil society, ne?
Yeah.
The typology. Then, yeah, this is important. And then they're gonna find themselves in the pillars. For me, it's important as well, ne? And then I'm gonna break them into groups to see if they understand what I've said about typology, operational, and advocacy. Linking it to the 6 pillars. It would be like a 15 minutes discussion.
Okay.
And then we're gonna break for tea. So this would have taken us like an hour and a half to 2 hours, this whole first session, yeah.
Okay. Do we wait and first see how many join and then you can decide on breakaway?
We can decide, yeah. But I'm just saying I haven't made it intense, the first breakaway, because I'm not sure who's there, you know, even if we have 2 breakaways, we can just say only 5 people can come back and report, you know.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take long. And then we're gonna do the regulatory framework. I'm gonna touch on registration. I've added some more because others don't know why it's important to register some of these things, tax obligations and tax exemption. It's important. And then we're gonna look at the funding landscape. I'll do the problem statement. I want them to try and add on to the problem statement as well, so that it's more interactive. We're gonna do, okay, this one after we've done the problem statement, I'm also, what did I add to the theory of change? Wait, or did I mix my slides? That's fine, I'll edit here. Change. I'll edit here, it's fine. I can edit in my discussion. Then we're gonna do registration and then I'm gonna give them the reasons why people would want the advantages and the disadvantages of the, I don't know what I did here. Let's see. This, yeah. Okay. Then we're gonna look at different donors and I'll explain each. This is the funding.
Yeah.
So they'll understand. Yeah. Sorry. And we're going to do this, the group task again. What do you think before I give them the answers? Because if you're going to a funder, you need to know what the funder wants to fund. So what do they think the funders want to fund? Because we've discussed who are the funders. I've discussed the landscape, so they should have an idea of what the funders want to fund. But then I give them answers as well. And then we want to get to the big one. I don't know if we want to do this after lunch, the proposal writing, the 10 steps. Sorry. First. Then we're going to do the 10 steps. I was thinking the 10 steps, we can do them after lunch because it's everything, including the M&E.
Yeah.
That I'll take them through till the end of the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a lot of slides, but there's a lot of conversation in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Mm.
Okay. At 9 o'clock when you start, I'm going to leave to go to the office.
Oh, you're
But
home. You're still home.
Yeah, I'm still at home. But Melanie will be on at 9 o'clock. So as soon as she signs in, I'm gonna make her co-host also.
Okay.
And then I'll leave and then I'll join again as soon as I get to the office. It'll take me about 35 minutes.
Okay, who do I introduce myself as? Am I somebody am I a consultant? Somebody from the show? Huh? Just as a consultant.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll hold the fort. Is there a register that they need to sign, or can they do it on the chat?
In the chat,
Oh,
and then
okay.
Melanie will pick it up from there, and we will put together a register.
What other things do you want me to say at the beginning? Because we are not here now.
No, I'll wait for it to start.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll wait to start and then I'll leave.
All right, then we are good.
We are.
Okay, then we'll
What's
wait.
your evening?
Oh, it was long. It was so long. Like I said to Dr. Jesus, why was this not on Friday or Monday? I'm so tired. I think it's the traveling.
Yeah, it is. I set my alarm to get up at 5:30 this morning. I only got up after 6:30.
Yeah. And I've got electricity cut at 12, I think 12 or 12:30 till 2:30. But I've charged my phone. So I'm hoping that it will be able to be stable for the next 2 hours. Otherwise, we're going to switch on the generator as well. I'm just making you aware, if I do get cut off, it won't be for long.
Yeah, so that also, we have a lot of shelters that send messages to say load shedding is an issue. So yeah, we'll see how it happens.
Yeah, because of stage 4, we might be losing a lot of people. But anyway, I will be online. It's just that I'll maybe cut off for a minute or less. I'll try and keep it to less if it does happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we're good. Go and have your coffee. You still have 5 minutes. Your people are not here. I can keep it to this slide, no? Or should I remove it?
No, it's fine. You can leave it on that side. People are starting to come in now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then we will start at 9 or else as soon as we have most of the people here.
Okay, then.
Okay. Chat just now.
Oh.
Has it?
Good morning. I don't know if anybody can hear me, but I can't hear anything. I don't know if there's no sound. Can somebody just confirm that they can hear me, please?
Morning, Gary. Everybody can hear you. We just haven't started yet.
Now, I saw a yellow square around one of the things, so I thought the person was talking and I couldn't hear. Okay, thank you.
Pleasure. Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock, but we only have 15 participants. So we're just going to give it another 5 or 10 minutes before we start. And then I will introduce the facilitator. In the meantime, can you please have your name and shelter name in the chat so that we can organize an attendance register? Thank you. Okay, it's officially 9:06. I think we can start. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. I'd like to introduce the facilitator, Sibongile Mtembu, to start us off on today's session. Thank you. Oops.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mariam. I'm hoping the colleagues can see me. I'm Sibongile Mtembu, and I'm going to be your facilitator for this session. I know it's going to be a long day, and I know some of us are going to have challenges with that, the electricity today. But I'm hoping that we will manage if people can keep their laptops charged, their cell phones charged, so that when something happens, at least you've got full electricity, full power on your device. I'm going to take you through a number of issues that I think are key on this funding workshop that we're doing today. I'm gonna put up my presentation and just take you through the agenda. And hoping that the participants, I see we are at 23, Miriam, we'll have more participants during the day so that it could help the conversation as well. If you can give me a moment, let me share the document. Are you able to see my slides?
Not yet.
Still nothing, Mariam?
No, we're still seeing you.
Okay, let me switch off my camera and try again. Okay. And now?
Yes.
Okay, let me keep my camera off. As you can see, we've got a very long agenda that starts with welcome and introduction. I think it's key that we know who's in the room. It will help with me responding on questions or comments that would be made during the day. I'll also touch on different roles, but most specifically on the role of the state and the role of civil society as we are here. Then the typology of organizations, how organizations are structured. And then follow up with the 6 pillars of the NSP. We know that there is an NSP that was launched in 2020 by our president. How do us as civil society fit into those pillars? And then we're going to look at the regulatory framework, the funding landscape, call for proposal. How do you write that proposal? The implementation plan and the monitoring, which are all key when you apply for funding. So without wasting any time, I'm going to move us to our first agenda item, which is introduction. Miriam has already welcomed us. I've introduced myself. I'm going to ask everybody in this room to introduce themselves. How you introduce yourself is your name, your organization, what services do you offer as an organization, and is your organization registered? So those are the questions that I would like you to respond to. And please, can we have cameras on when somebody is speaking so that we could put the name to the face as well? Thank you very much. Miriam, with my screen on, I can't see all the names. Kindly help me with just, or are you gone already? Sorry, Miriam, you said
No,
you're going to.
I'll wait.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, can
Melanie
we just
first?
go? Yeah.
Okay, Anne.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. If you could just let me know if you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, cool. My name is Anne Young. I work for the Open Door Crisis Care Centre. I'm a trauma counsellor here as well. We have a shelter for abused women and children, which is at a different address to our main offices. So the services we offer in our shelter are for abused women and children. And the services that we offer in our counselling centre are various counselling services, psychosocial services, trauma counselling, counselling on rape, domestic violence, gender-based violence, all those different topics. And then we also go into the community once a week and we do awareness programs on gender-based violence, on drugs, on trafficking, on parenting skills and so on. So basically that is what our organization does. We also have a shelter for abused men, also at a different location, and that shelter is used to train men to actually train their children to grow up knowing how to treat women, how to live a correct life, because you can't actually do that when a person is 18 or 19. So our shelter is Men for Change, and that was one of our main programs this year. So yeah, that's what we do.
Thank you, Anne. The next one, your name is marked as 0. Okay, Beatrice.
Hi, good morning. It's Beatrice Cornelius. I'm from the organization Woman to Woman. I'm one of the members of the board. I'm the secretary. We have an MPO and it is registered. The service that we offer are we take in abused women and children primarily. And we also offer secondary shelter when the women are able to have found a job and can sustain themselves. We offer them a secondary shelter where they contribute financially. So they basically pay a minimal amount for those apartments. And we also offer counseling services. And we have a full-time social worker that works with the women and children. We also offer assistance in court where women must do court appearances or they need to get an interdict against their partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Can I just ask, when you introduce yourself, to please turn your camera on?
I have tried, but it says that the host cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
It's not disabled.
So I can't turn on my camera. That's a message that I get.
Try.
It might be because there's still a shared screen on.
Okay, the next person is Bernadine.
Good morning, everybody. I'm afraid I can't put my camera on. I'm experiencing load shedding, so I'm working off cellular. Bernadine Bacher, director at Saki Bartman Centre, one-stop centre for women and children of survivors of gender-based violence in the Western Cape. Good morning, everybody.
Cheryl.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl Sabane, and I am with Frida Hartley Shelter for Destitute Women and Children. We are a registered nonprofit organization. The services that we offer is for our shelter takes in destitute women and their children, and these women are destitute for a variety of reasons, such as include fleeing an abusive intimate partner, fleeing an abusive home situation, victims of rape, and any young woman that finds themselves destitute due to socioeconomic issues. And we're based in Yeovil.
Thank you, Cheryl. Deborah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Deborah Bentham. I am from the organization called the Safe House. We are located in Cape Town. And we are currently a stage 1 shelter for abused women and children. We have a full-time social worker as well as auxiliary worker, which offer the various services. And yes, we are a registered NPL. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you. Dillian. Dillian.
Sorry, I saw that I'm muted. Good morning, everybody. Dillian Roberts, manager at Sisters Incorporated. We are a shelter for abused women and their children, rape survivors, and also ladies that still want to give up their babies for adoption. And we are based in the Western Cape. And yes, I'm registered.
Thank you, Dillian. Gary.
Sorry, I just got up there to close my door quickly. Hi, my name's Gary Kukumo. I'm from an organization called Betchikum. We work with women in crisis. We're a long-term shelter, so our program is 6 months long. And once the ladies have completed their program, it's mainly GBV, but we say women in crisis because it could be any crisis. We put them through a 6 months program. When they've completed that program, part of the program is a job readiness program, and through the job readiness program, we are quite successful with finding them employment once they leave. We've got a provincial audit tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to register as a trafficking in persons shelter. So it's quite an awesome thing that will enable us to take in human trafficking victims as well. And we're also a stage 1 shelter. Betchikum has been going, was started in 2001. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Hands off women and children.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Jogos Matlaba. I'm a social worker at Hands Off Women and Children Center. I'm with Zamoko Tletela. She's a social auxiliary worker. Hands Off Women and Children Center is an organization for abused women and children. We provide shelter. We also provide psychosocial service, life skills, vocational skills, and we conduct awareness campaign. The organization is located in Breyten in Mpumalanga province. Thank you. And we are also registered.
Thank you. Kim?
Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's not showing my video. Okay, anyway. My name is Kim Pillay. I am the Senior Program Manager and Safe House Manager at New World Foundation, based in Lavender Hill, Cape Town. Our services are an ECD for about, at the moment, 160 kids, and after school of about 70 kids that come after school into our programs, an advice office with support groups, as well as a community development student court committee branch or arm to it, as well as training programs for youth and young adults, as well as older, all ages from youth and upwards, to help people become more employable and to help people become more employable through study and work opportunities. And we have an emergency safe house for abused women and children. During COVID, we are currently a stage 1 shelter. However, pre-COVID or post-COVID, we will go back to being an emergency safe house where we have clients up to a maximum of, or victims up to a maximum of 14 days at our safe house. And our organization is registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Lisa?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lishe from Isipepelose Juba Shelter. Our shelter is in KZN and is registered. The services that we offer are temporary residential care up to 6 months. We empower abused women and their children with their rights. We also take children for ECD. We educate them with life skills, baking, and other.
Your mic went off. Okay, Lisha.
Programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia? I think we can't hear you, Lisha, so we'll go to Nakatula.
Hi, I'm from Abrina Esther House in Maritzburg. We are an NGO. We offer accommodation for victims of crime and violence for both women and men in Maritzburg. And yes, we are registered. What we do is we give them accommodation for a maximum period of 6 months, and we offer basic skills training, and also we do awareness campaigns in different communities in areas surrounding Maritzburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Nomfundo?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nomfundo Mkwena, a social worker at Grip Shelter, which is in Bombela within Mpumalanga. So what we do in the shelter is we provide psychosocial support to abused women and their children for a temporal period of 6 months. But if needs be, we extend the period. We also offer vocational skills and conduct awareness campaigns. We are also registered as well.
Thank you. Petunia? Petunia? Okay, Rachel?
Good morning.
Morning.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Petunia Masango. I'm a social worker at Victim Support Center Middleburg. We are a registered non-profit organization. We offer services to women, abused women and children. We also have walk-in clients. We offer vocational skills, awareness campaigns, and we also do aftercare services once our clients are discharged. And yeah, we also accommodate them for a maximum of 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Rachel McKenna from Malematin Polokogen Center. We offer services for women and children who experience domestic violence, and we render services at the shelter, victim-friendly rooms based at the police stations. We have men and boys programs based at the courts, and our NPO is registered. Thank you.
Thank you. Rudo?
Sibo, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we go forward, can you go back to the first slide so I can write down all those points? Thank you. Thank you.
Rudo?
Morning, everyone. My name is Rudo Mahusa. I'm also from Malimartin, a shelter for abused women and their children in Pretoria East. We also offer all the empowerment, counseling skills to the ladies. We are also a shelter for TIP, trafficking in persons. And we also have VFR, victim-friendly rooms, and also perpetrator men and boys program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rudo. Safe House Stellenbosch? Safe House Stellenbosch? Okay, I see Lisha is back. Lisha, can you try again?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Apologies for that and good morning to everybody. My name is Lisha. I am social worker at NISA Institute for Women's Development. We offer VEP services, psychosocial counseling, sheltering services, outreach programs, and skills development. We are an registered NPO, and I'm sure my other colleagues will elaborate on the services. We focus on gender-based violence, where we target violence prevention and empowerment of women in our community. Thank you very much for this training. Good day.
Thank you, Lisha. Simangela? Okay, Sindiswe?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cindy Simango, and I'm with Standiwe Kosi. I'm a social worker from Group Mkondo Shelter in Piet. We also provide services for abused women and children. We have psychosocial services, therapeutic counseling, also vocational skills, and we also empower women as well. We do awareness campaigns and our organization is registered. Thank you.
Thank you. Dando from the Open Door?
Okay.
Hello, morning everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Tanda from the Open Door Crisis Care Center. I'm a personal assistant, assisting the director with all her work, and we are registered NPO. We in KZN Pinetown. We've got a shelter for abused women and children, and we've got a man for change shelter. We are a one-stop counseling and trauma center, and we offer various services to communities, and we work with disadvantaged communities. And with my colleague Anne, and she has touched based on the role that we play within the Pinetown area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sama? Okay, Sharon?
Hi.
We can hear you.
Miriam, can we mute the other
I
person?
think it's Shavon's background. Okay, is there anybody else that I've missed? Nozuko.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nozuko from the Nongaba shelter. I think I'll be coming in and out because I have a problem with the network. So, so can you please bear with me because I'm not in Cape Town. So I'm on and off. Even now, I was struggling even I'm in the car as we speak, but nevertheless, I'm able now to connect. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just introduce yourself and your shelter?
I'm Nozuko Gonjwa. I'm from the Nongeba shelter in Khayelitsha.
Thank you, Nozuko.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we did. There's a telephone number, 957-542-86225. Can you introduce yourself, please? Is there anybody else that I missed?
Yes, there is.
Thank you, Zama.
Yes, it's me. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Neval. We are a registered NPO, and we run as women and their children. We help them in terms of code protection orders, clinics, and everything. And also we provide psychosocial counseling and therapeutic counseling, and we have also skills development in the center. And also we do take in the victims of human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Sarah Lekale from Goldfields Family Advice Organization Shelter in Welcome.
Sarah, can you tell us about your shelter?
The shelter is situated in Welcome, is accommodating women and children, gender-based violence, sexual offense, LGBTIQ, and human trafficking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Mangele Mugwena. I'm a social worker at Mali Martin in Bronxbridge. And then at Mali Martin, we offer services to abused women and children, including the victims of human trafficking. And then we offer psychosocial support. We also do counseling for marriage counseling. We do couple counseling. We do individual counseling. And then we also refer clients in accordance to their needs to other stakeholders. We offer developmental skills to our beneficiaries, and we also do children programs. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
are at facility.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Mary Moshi. I'm a social worker at Mercy House here in Pretoria. We offering services, VEP services for victims of gender-based violence. We also accredited for TIP victims, and we also do outreach program, psychosocial support, skills development, and life skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before I hand back to Subs, if you haven't put your name and your shelter on the chat, please can you do so for registration purposes? Thank you, Subs.
Thank you so much, Miriam, and thank you to everyone who's made it this morning for this session. I'm gonna try and make this session as interactive as possible. And I would request those who are having challenges with connectivity, maybe to type some of their questions or comments. Maybe to type their questions or comments, because sometimes we are not able to hear them, and so that this conversation also can flow. I have given you the agenda, and then we have gone through the first item on the agenda. The second item that I wanted us to deal with is just the Constitution, just to check if people understand their role as civil society, understand the role of the state and the role of citizens within a state. I'm not going to dwell much on it. It's just to touch on it, just to elevate the work that civil society is doing and how important it is. The state has a legal obligation to protect us as citizens. They also need to promote human rights, including the rights of social security, and ensure that people can realize their rights without discrimination. I think that is very important to state, because sometimes I think our government forgets that they've got this responsibility to us as citizens. And citizens include the beneficiaries that we're serving, and it includes their rights as well, because sometimes it's the haves that find themselves able to access a lot of services, and the have-nots cannot access a lot of services, and they end up in the doors of civil society or NGOs like yourselves that are helping them, because the state doesn't have the capacity to help them, which is a very important role. As citizens, we all have rights. We know the second chapter of our Constitution. We have rights, but we also have responsibilities. We also need to obey the laws. We also need to pay the taxes, but these taxes need to work for us as well. I think I needed to touch on that to say, why is the state responsible to us? Why is it obligated? Because of the taxes that we pay through consuming food, through paying for petrol taxes when we pay for our car discs, through a number of things, services that we get from the government that we do pay for through our taxes. They have an obligation to make sure that these things that I've just mentioned above, they're taken care of. What is our role as civil society? We are providing a dual role. Sometimes we relieve the pressures of government where the state cannot service. We get there and service. Also, we transform. We make changes. You see a lot of advocacy that is done by civil society, pressing the state to make the change, because if we do not push the state using advocacy, sometimes the state relaxes and doesn't make the changes that are required in our communities. And we collectively defend the interests of other people that are not able to do it. And we increase the state's accountability as well. Because if the state forgets that it is accountable to us, somebody needs to remind the state. We also provide solidarity. We are also influencing decision-making. The bills, when the policies are drafted, when the bills are shared with the public for comments, normally civil societies, it's a few individuals that would go and comment on those bills to make sure that what is in the bill is representative of what we want. And lastly, we offer direct services to our communities. So the state's obligation would never end. Our obligation as civil society will also never end because the state is not capable to do it without us. So it's a yin and a yang. And it is important for us to register that and understand our value in this society as civil society. And if we understand our values, we understand our rights, we understand our responsibilities, it's easy to push the state because we're saying, I will obey the laws, but I want you to do the right thing as my state based on what you have promised in the Constitution. I hope you understand why it was important for me to frame it using the Constitution as well. If there's any question on this slide, can I see hands? You do not have to wait for me to finish. You can raise your hands if you want to add on what I have said. If you feel the state is not doing enough, you can share your views as well. Okay, I'm gonna move to the next one. These are some of the responsibilities or the NGO's role. We provide basic social services. We promote interests of the poor. We run initiatives to protect our communities. We advocate for community development. So you can see when you look at this wheel that all of these are interlinked. It's nothing that is standing on its own. Everything is linked to the next one. If you look at these services that you are providing as civil society, and you look at the role of the state state is supposed to promote the interest of the poor, but are they capable? No, they are not capable. The state is supposed to provide for basic services. Are they able to do it? No, they are not. The state is supposed to advocate or make sure that what they had promised in the Constitution they deliver on. Are they able to do it? They should. I will not say no, because they are trying to do it, but are they capable of doing it? At this point in time, we can see that the state is failing communities. If we move on to, can I just put them on? Sorry, I forgot to put my slides on slide mode. Yeah. If we move on to the typology of organizations, how organizations are formed. There's two different levels of forming your organization. Firstly, it's called the orientation. Normally, that is the work that you want to do as an organization, to say, these are the services that I will provide. Are they humanitarian? Are they consumer promotion or protection? Are they environmental? Are they health-based? Are they developmental? If you had listened to people introducing themselves, you can pick up some of these things that I'm mentioning now, the orientation of each organization. Fortunately for this particular workshop, most of you are all from shelter movement. So normally you would provide shelter, but you've added other services within your shelters that would make you more viable, where you are given more opportunities to do more things, where you are giving your beneficiaries activities that they can also do that would capacitate them. By the time they leave your organization, they've gained skills, not just being sheltered, whether from lack of accommodation or running away from gender-based violence situation. And the following one, the levels of operation. These levels indicate the scale. Sorry. Apologies, I'm trying to move my other icons. They're hiding my screen. This level of operations would include whether you are operating locally, regionally, nationally, or internationally. Some of these organizations that are here, I've heard that they are already operating nationally. They've got footprints in a number of provinces, whether 4 or 5 provinces, which makes them more accessible. So the typology of the organization also would help you to choose which kind of registration. I heard most of you said you are registered, but again, the question would be, am I registered under the correct level that I'm supposed to be registered, looking at the services that I'm providing? Has my screen moved? Hello?
No, you still
No,
at
it hasn't,
operation.
I'm struggling to move it on my side. It has decided to freeze. Just give me a second.
Sorry, while you're trying to do that, could I just ask a question?
Yes, Anne.
Okay, so we've heard in your previous slide, we've heard all the inabilities, all the things that the government or the state are not able to do, which I think every South African citizen knows right now. So as a bunch of NGOs, as like-minded people, how are we going to go forward from this? Because we talk about it and we talk about it. We see it, we see the poor getting poorer. How, as a group of NGOs doing this type of thing, how do we get together? How do we go forward and try to change things? Because we're doing workshops, we're hearing it all, but there's no change. So my question is, this is amazing and it's so interesting, but how do we now take this and go forward to change what the state is not doing?
Okay. I think my second slide from where we are now would try and respond to that with what we're doing. I'm not sure if I'll be able to answer for all the ills that are there, but I'll specifically look at what we normally are dealing with, which is mostly gender-based violence. So I'll try and respond to your question using that slide. But thank you for the question.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tom.
And if you're looking at we're here, the typology of organizations, I said it's either how you are organized, what services you are giving, or are you locally based, provincially based, nationally based, or international. But again, there's a step within organizations that also defines you. The step is called an operational or an advocacy step, to say, as an NGO, have you chosen to be an operational NGO or an advocacy NGO? An operational NGOs are NGOs that are offering services. And most of you from your introduction, you are offering services. So I'll assume that you are doing the operational typology. But there are those that have also mentioned advocacy when they were sharing. And it is important that when you decide to do both, it will impact on your proposals when you're asking for money, to say, yes, we have written that we as an organization are doing orientation, that is service provision for different things that would include human rights, consumer protection, health rights, but we also add an element of advocacy into that. So how you interpret it in your proposal is very important. It doesn't mean you cannot do the two, which is operational and advocacy. But it is important when you are drafting your proposal, sending it to a donor, that these two are not clashing in one proposal. Your proposal would need to be clear, but when we get to the proposal writing, I'll share exactly what do I mean with this. To answer Anne's question, if you remember in 2020, the president launched the NSP, which is a strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. That strategic plan, they've called it our Bible for the next 10 years, counting from 2020 April till we cover the 10 years. It is divided into pillars, the 6 pillars. They're saying they've done research, they've analyzed the situation in the country when it comes to gender-based violence. They're saying they've divided into 6 pillars, and these streams, all of us in our little corners need to participate in these pillars. So as a shelter, you need to find yourself in these 6 pillars and say, oh, I see myself under economic justice, which is pillar 5. I see myself under accountability and leadership. But I'll quickly go through them so that those who have not read the National Strategic Plan can also understand slightly what is it all about. So the NSP has been focusing on 3 things: accountability, responsiveness, and prevention. Those are the 3 that they are trying to lift in the document. I'm saying there's 6 pillars, but they're trying to lift those 3. And they're saying accountability based on the question that Anne has just asked. The state has not been accountable. How do we bring back accountability? How do we hold those that are in the state, those that are in the administration of the country accountable to do what they're supposed to do as per our constitution? The second one, the responsiveness. As much as we would like to prevent, but the country is in a state of crisis, we are supposed to be responding. Hence, there's a lot of shelters coming up. Hence, there's a lot of people focusing on pillar 4, which is response, care, support, and healing, because of the number of rape cases, the number of abuse, the number of deaths that we are experiencing in the country. But the aim of this whole thing is to lead us to prevention. They're saying, hello? They're saying this document, in the next 10 years, when we reach year 10, we should be working on prevention more than we're working on accountability and response, because we should have managed the 2. And if we had managed the 2, it would be easy as a country to prevent all these horrendous stories that we're hearing daily. So they're harnessing the response of everyone through pillar 1, through accountability, coordination, and leadership. They're saying it is not only the state that is responsible. If you remember in the Constitution, we have rights, but we also have responsibilities. So we also need to partake on pillar 1 and be accountable. As shelters, are you reporting when you get funded? Are you accountable to your beneficiaries? Are you accountable to your funders? Are you accountable to the state as well? Because in a way you are serving the state. Are you showing leadership in the work that you're doing? And already you are an institution on your own. In your institution, the resources, are they coherent? The resources that you are sharing with people, are they coherent? Are people benefiting from your resources? And then if we move to the next one, what are the pillars? What are the drivers of this violence that we're seeing? Most of it is structural drivers. They're saying a lot of women who are the highest bearers of this gender-based violence, it's because of economic power. A lot of women are dependent on men a lot of women are dependent on their abusers. If you remember during COVID lockdown, especially 5 and 4, a lot of people were saying the rate of abuse have dropped. But when we went to the shelters, when we went to the NGOs, the numbers were shocking. The state forgot that people did not have permits to walk to the police station. The state forgot that people were locked with their perpetrators, some of them who had lost their jobs, some of them who started drinking heavily because they were not going to work. So pillar 5 is very key to say how then, especially as shelters, women who come to your shelters, are we capacitating those women to be able to stand on their own? Are we still doing just knitting and beading, or are we giving them skills that when they leave in 3 months, those who can accommodate them for longer, at least they've got basic skills to start a small business? And then the most important pillar, which is pillar 3, which most of us are complaining about, that the justice in this country is not working. Somebody gets arrested today, the next day that person is out. How do we enforce the law? How do we make sure that perpetrators that are arrested are convicted and they serve the term? There's the new bills that have been attested by the president last month in February. The domestic violence bill, the criminal laws, the criminal violence, sorry, I'm quoting it wrong, the criminal actions bill. And the third one, apologies, I forgot what the third one is, but I know it's about the bail, that they should be refused bail. So those 3 bills are very important in making sure that justice is served. If you look at pillar 2, which is prevention and rebuilding, our young kids, videos are going around where a 7-year-old is so disrespectful to the teachers. So the schools are supposed to be doing the prevention pillar. The churches are supposed to be doing the prevention pillars. The shelters, because sometimes you receive young children with their mothers, we are supposed to also be looking at that pillar. If you look at pillar 4, where most of you are situated, that pillar says you need to provide victim-centered services. You need to be survivor-focused. You need to be accessible. You need to provide quality services. Without anybody responding, if you do an introspection and say, are we doing that as this particular shelter? Are we responding positively to our victims? Are we treating them in the most humane way of treating somebody, even if they're destitute? Because it is important to restore their dignity. And the last pillar speaks of research and information management. How does it affect you as a shelter as well? If your shelter is not keeping records, one day a woman kills a man and said, I've run away 5 times and I have been reporting to this shelter, or this shelter has accommodated me 5 times. And now I was trying to defend myself. Can the shelter provide records? Are you able to provide those records? That's information management. The research, we have your state SA, we have your MRC, we have your HSRC that are busy doing different states. I know MRC have just finalized their research on femicide to say what exactly pushes men to kill. That's an important research, but in South Africa, we've been relying mostly on research that is done outside our country. We need to do research in our country. And shelters and other NGOs have been doing research. They have been documenting, but again, in the research space, if it is not peer reviewed, it is not recognized as authentic. But for us, we're saying things need to be done differently. Our customs and cultures in the country should allow that. Research coming from your NGOs is as much as important as research coming from the researchers themselves, because they are on the ground. The NGOs are the ones that are working in the grassroots. They are the ones who can give proper information. Researchers will choose a specific area and do a compiled report and generalize based on that report. But NGOs, 100 NGOs can give you specifics on different areas that they're covering. So I'm hoping, and this has answered you based on just the gender-based violence and femicide, not necessarily on any other thing except what I'm responding to.
Sibs, yeah, thank you. Looking at the 6 pillars of the NSP, practically it's awesome. But if we, as NGOs, and I'm sure everybody that's on this platform today, if we look at pillar 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, we're pretty much all getting there, all right? Not saying that we're all perfect, we're pretty much all getting there for those pillars. But we can stand up and do whatever we can. But if pillar number 3 isn't working, and that was my initial question. So at the bottom, you've written there, enforce, implement, and adopt laws and policies. It doesn't matter how much we do, that is the downfall. And like that lady said, she went to shelters 5 times, she was helped 5 times, but in the end murdered her husband. Why? Not because the shelters weren't helping her, but because the law enforcement weren't helping her. So yeah, you have answered my question, but that for me is still a huge concern. Having everything so nicely set out and it's logical, it's informative, but how do we, going back to my question was, how do we as NGOs enforce this? How do we get a movement going that we actually can, make the law enforcement agencies accountable to us, which is what they're not doing. And that's where all of our clients are falling short, because we can do 100% of what all the other pillars are saying, but when it comes to actually implementing the law for them, there's no justice. But yeah, you have answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah, it is true, and I'm supporting you fully. I've been sitting in a number of meetings for DNA because DNA is a priority to move justice as well for a number of rape cases. And since 2018, after the total shutdown march, which had produced 24 demands, one of the demands was to look at the DNA and expedite it. And I think 2 weeks ago, hi, can I ask the person to mute themselves? And 2 weeks ago, we were told that things are moving in the laboratories. The backlog has come down. I can't give you figures now because it's slightly confidential. But yesterday, I just came back from Lusigisi in the Eastern Cape, where it is one of the hotspots. We've been working in the Lusigisi since last year, September, to try and understand what are the Juanita, what are the issues the people are dealing with? And we sat with the Lieutenant Commander who leads the FCF there. And she told us that the cases that were handed 2 years back from Lisigi haven't come back with DNA results. So it shows you that, you know, you're listening to two different stories. And if that community where 64 rapes were reported in a week, 64 rapes in 1 week, and DNA is not prioritized in that small area. But in every state from police, we know that the Lisigi is one of the hotspots, if not #1 hotspot in the country. When we went there last year, September, we went to 6 villages, which are far apart. We were told that old ladies, young women, they have to push their furniture right close to their doors, because if they do not do that, the thugs are coming at night. They will be kicking doors, looking for cell phones, looking for anything that they could take. The premier was invited, the mayors was invited to understand what is going on there and hear it from every citizen who was invited in that meeting. But I'm saying since September till now, nothing has changed. It is worrisome. And what you are saying here, and it's important. If we're touching on advocacy as civil society,
Serbs, I think we lost you. Good morning, everybody. Can anyone else hear Serbs?
No, I can't.
No. Okay, I think we've lost Serbs.
No,
I think
I
she will
No, I can't
rejoin
hear.
shortly. Apologies for that. Just a quick reminder again for all who haven't sent a chat with their name and organization name, if they can please do so for attendance registers. Thank you.
apologies, I was just load shedded, so I needed to change my devices.
Thanks, Serbs, you're back on.
Yes, thanks, Melanie. Any other questions? Melanie, are my slides up again?
Not as yet, Serbs. I'm making you co-host again.
Okay.
It should come on now. Try again for me, please.
All right.
Thanks.
There we go. It's on. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie, can we take questions with this session? I wanted it to be as interactive as possible before we move on. Any questions on the pillars themselves? The Constitution?
Sure, Serbs. We can open the floor as well as if anyone wants to put it in the chat, then I'll read it out.
Thank you.
The floor is open up for questions, everybody.
Okay, let's move on, Melanie.
Thanks. Seems like everybody's load shedding today.
Yeah, now we're on stage 4, so I'm not sure if, did we lose everyone? Are we?
No, everyone's still,
okay.
I think mentally we all load shedding.
No, it's fine.
Thanks, Subs.
So I was going to open this for discussion just to check if people understand what the typology of their organization is, if they're operational or an advocacy organization, and then look at the 6 pillars and try and find their organization within the 6 pillars. Can we give them 5 minutes, Melanie, not more than 5 minutes, because we've lost a bit of time in introductions.
That's
just
perfect.
to divide them maybe into 2 groups. And then we can just ask 1 or 2 people from each group to give us feedback to say, do people understand their topology as an organization? Are they operational? Are they for advocacy? And are they plugging into the correct pillars, or they see themselves in more than 1 pillar as an organization based on what they're doing?
That's perfect. I'll split the, so you say 2 rooms. Would you like to be in one of the rooms, Subs?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. I'll split it up right now.
Cheryl, that actually goes right back to my first question. Sorry, I muted myself. That goes right back to my first question. How many more workshops and blah, blah, blahs are we going to have until something actually gets done? So, yeah, I 100% agree with you. People do not realize that all this that's going is our day job. And only when there's a high profile case does anybody react. But the general person on the street, it's happening every single day. So people think that, oh, it's like 5, 6, maybe 10 high profile people, but we seeing them every single day, the normal person on the street. And so that's my problem. That's my huge problem.
Yeah. And can I come in?
Yeah, sure.
And just share my history with you as well. I mentioned the total shutdown in one of my comments, but in 2018, I was actually one of the leaders of total shutdown because of the very question that you are raising.
Yeah.
It was because we were tired even then as women.
Mm.
And we were saying nothing has been done for such a long time. And we were saying it is not the high profile cases only. It is every day there's somebody who gets stabbed, somebody who gets kicked, somebody who dies, somebody who gets raped, somebody who's missing.
Yeah.
And the list goes on. And we were hoping that the country or president would understand that even going to the streets is not easy as women. You do not wake up one day and think you should have another protest, because planning is hard. Making sure that you've got support, all these women are going to come out and make sure that it is impactful. It's very hard. Writing a letter all the time and say, I will write an op-ed, it's very hard as well.
Yeah.
And you are hoping that people will read your op-ed, but it's something that shouldn't stop as much as it is hard. And, you know, the questions that you are raising, the stats that are going up, the stats haven't gone down, by the way, ever since 2018, with all the efforts, with the NSP. I participated in the drafting of the NSP, with the NSP in place, with all the efforts that are happening, things are still not working. And I know why things are not working. After I've seen the police station in the CDC this weekend, I understand why things are not working. Because your cases are piled down on the floor and you are expecting 15 detectives to deal with 2,000 rape cases. And you are expecting them to appear in court. And you are expecting them to go and get victims. And I'm just giving you a scenario of an area with more than 2,000 rape cases that are active and 15 people only that are responsible for those cases. How are you planning to resolve that? When the terrain, one village, from one village to the next village, is several kilometers on a bad terrain, when there's no vehicles in a police station. And I'm not speaking on behalf of police here, but I'm saying it is bigger than, the problem is bigger than what we're thinking. So if as different sectors, when we are not going to sit, analyze and decide and choose a corner and say, we are going to focus on this. As shelters, we do not want to go sheltering. Sheltering is not a good thing for South Africa. The service that you're providing, it's necessary. But if you think about it, why should women be in shelters? Why should women be in shelters? Why should they be? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, Subs. Yeah, we lost you for a second.
I lost my connection. Sorry, I lost my connection again. Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. So it is, And for me, if you're saying there's something that could be done again, come up with a plan and let it be done. Let's keep on putting pressure on government, especially on the justice system. That's where we're lacking, especially on the justice system. There's a lot of young people who have graduated who do not have jobs. Budget should be made available. In 2019, there was funding that was made available. If you remember, the 1.6 billion that was made available for the emergency response action plan as well, where that money was reprioritized. It was not new money that came into the fiscus. It was reprioritized from government departments. And some of the elements that were there in the NSP were taken, the indicators and activities were taken and given to these government departments to say, are you able to shift this with this budget? And most of them didn't achieve it. The report is out there. You can access the report. Based on that report, what can we do using advocacy? Take again the report for year one for the NSP is also a public document. Now look at what has been achieved and what has not been achieved. What push can we do as civil society? And apologies for detracting from the work that we are doing today, but I think I'm passionate about this and I understand your frustrations, and I am frustrated as well. I am very frustrated. Melanie?
Yes,
Melanie,
sir.
are you still with us?
Yes.
I'm going to propose that we take a 15 minutes break and come back. And when we come back, we will look at the regulatory framework and just maybe pause. I think this session, was slightly triggering for some of us. Take a 15 minutes break, get a cup of tea, and let's come back. What time can we come back, Melanie? Around 15 minutes?
Should we say at about 10 to 11?
Yes. Jim, can
Perfect.
you come back at 10 to 11 and let's look at the regulatory framework?
That's fine.
You don't need to dislog from your laptop. Just pause it and come back. Thank you.
And a
Please mute
reminder again to
yourselves.
all, please put your name and organization in the chat group. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Herbs.
Hey.
Hi, Melanie.
Hi, Subs, I'm back.
Oh, are you back?
I'm back.
Welcome
Hi,
back.
Subs.
Yeah.
We got 1 minute to go.
Oh, okay. I'll wait your signal.
Perfect, thanks. It does look like everybody's still on, so I'm not too sure if you want to start, or if you want to give it till that minute just to see that everybody is maybe at their desks again.
At least they can hear that we're talking. They'll start coming back. Welcome back to our second part of the workshop. If we can now look at the regulatory framework. Earlier this morning when we were doing introductions, most of the team shared that they are registered. So we will go quickly on this slide, but I'll just touch on things that I think they're very important for you to be aware of, because you might have joined an organization that was already registered, but there's other things that you had missed. So who governs the NGOs? When you are registering as an NGO or as an NPO, you are governed by the NPO Organizations Act of 1997. It states that an NGO or an NPO is a private organization, it is non-governmental, and it is self-governing with its own board. They only account to that board and their members. They do not account to the state. So some civil societies or NGOs have taken this out of context because they would go to funders and get funding and still not report on the funding that they had received, which is lack of accountability, which with this framework,
Hi,
it
Subs,
says,
sorry, Subs.
hi, Beatrice, yes.
Do you have a slide on? Because I can't see the slide.
Oh, apologies, Beatrice.
It's okay.
I keep on being pulled out of this, so I'm thinking it's my load shedding. Let me just check on my side.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's reshare. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Let me just.
I've got something that says safe driving mode. Am I doing something wrong?
I'm not sure. Melanie, can you see my slides?
We can see yours
there.
properly, Subs. Yes, it's
I got it.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay.
Subs. I've got it now.
All right. Thanks, Beatrice. So by you not being accountable to anyone except your board and your members, it doesn't mean that you're not accountable to those who give you funding. It's important that we report with every project that we have received funding for. There should be a report that follows up on time. And then how do we register? How are we structured? You know, when you say, I want to open an NGO, I want to open an NPO, how are these different organizations structured. We hear that there's some structured called Section 21 structures. There's some companies are called organizations, sorry, called trusts. Then we have associations. Where do you fall? Most of the organizations that you know, they fall under the voluntary association, which are governed by the common law. But then we have those that fall under the trust section, and that also under or governed under the trust property control. And then we have the Section 21s that are also governed by the Companies Act. So all four of these are legal structures, but it depends on how you operate as a structure. I'm going to also add this link that I've put here so that you can do some reading. I'll put it on the chat. You can do some reading on these laws because it's a very big document, but I've only shared a slight part of it to say, am I registered correctly? Is this where I want to be operational? But if you have registered, I don't know why when I put it to slide mode, it decides to hang. It doesn't want to move. Apologies about that. If you have registered with DSD and you have also registered with CIPC, you are also on the right track. It doesn't mean you have to be a trust. It doesn't mean you have to be a Section 21 organization, because that takes a lot of paperwork to be qualified as a Section 21 organization. So if you decided, I would like to serve my community, I would like to open a shelter, and I think I'm capable and I've got the heart for it, and it's a calling for me, and you've registered with these two entities, then it gives you a chance of applying to a bigger sector of funding instead of compiling yourself to a small space of donors, because the companies and intellectual property commissions give you an opportunity to access money that is coming from different companies that are not just your ordinary donors, but they give you companies that are registered, whether on the JSE stock, whether they are just individual companies, businesses. You can approach my company, which is a cleaning company. You can approach a bigger company. You can approach Discovery. You can approach any other company if you are registered as under Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. But there's also one more registration that is key that you need to do that would also give you a foot on the door. It is registering with the Department of Labor, especially when you have people that are working with you, and make sure that they're registered under UIF and protecting your workers as well. It is not about just your organization being registered, but protecting your workers as well and making sure that they're registered as employed under your organization, even if under a short space of time, temporarily 6 months, if it's a contract, or a year, they still need to be registered under the Department of Labor. And then the other important one is your in-house administration as an NGO. The in-house administration is making sure that everybody is registered in your company. You've got a file with everybody who's working for you, irrespective if they work once every month, or they work 6 months, or they work permanently. They all need to have a file where you're saying this person is a volunteer in our organization. We only call them when there is work for them, but they are registered. It's very important because donors look into that as well. Why is it advantageous for you to be registered, especially under Companies and Intellectual Property Commission? NGOs, we know that we are exempt from tax, but this works both ways to say, are the people that want to give me money getting a beneficiary of the money that they're giving, a benefit, not a beneficiary, a benefit from the money that they're giving to me. So the donor deductible status means that people who make the donations to you as an organization, they also get a tax reduction. But if the other elements that I'm referring to on top are not met, it is not easy for you to get that tax exemption and also be able to give somebody a letter that would help them get a tax deduction as an organization. Hence, you find a number of companies, instead of taking their CSI and giving it to organizations directly, they take it and move it to structures that serve as intermediaries where money would go. Those structures, if you know Chukululu, if you know Sanganisa, they end up getting monies directly from companies. Then you have to apply to, through them to get money. It is because they can offer these companies what they're looking for. So your organization will be eligible for a tax exemption and a donor deductible status, depending on three things. What is the purpose of your organization? What objectives are they? And what activities are you doing as an organization? So it is not just dependent on you registering with those entities. It is also making sure that you are serving the purpose that you had opened the organization for, or the NGO for. If you had said, I'm going to be looking after the street kids that are not sheltered and give them food and make sure that they've got a safe place to stay, that would be your purpose. And state your objective. I'm doing this to achieve this as an objective. It is to help and reduce the number of children that are on the streets. The activities, state your activities as well, that will be going daily out there, making sure that these kids are aware of the shelter that you have created for them, that they are aware that you are making sure that maybe they are registered, maybe they're not even registered in schools, that they are aware, things like that. All those things give you points as well. So rather than your choice of legal status to say, I'm going to register, then I'm going to get these exemptions from tax, and I'm going to give my donors a letter that will help them with their tax reduction. The law requires that all NGOs who apply for this exemption include a list of clauses that will bolster and support the non-profit distribution. It is called a non-profit distribution clause. So whatever you are adding and saying, this is what I'm doing, this is my purpose, these are my objectives, these are my activities, will bolster and have SARS give you that status with a tax exemption status, because you have stated clearly what you are doing and who you are serving, what are the objectives and the activities that you undertake daily to make sure that you meet your objectives. So now let's look at the funding landscape to say who's funding. What is the landscape for NGOs? Who's funding? How to raise funds? Who are these funders? How do I access this money? And why would you apply for this funding? Let's start with the problem statement. My problem statement is not complete because I think I need you to help me finalize it. It's important that we have an active session as well. So I've created my problem statements, not one, a few of them, but we will help condense them and come up with just one to say the funding landscape is different for every country. So it is a problem for South Africans because you cannot expect if they're giving America $1 billion on social services, they should be giving it to you because the landscape is not the same. The donor sector is small and have their own different dynamics. That's another problem statement. We are all expecting a lot of money from them. We are all, every day, if you go to DSD, somebody's opening a new NPO. But the donors are not growing. The NGO sector is much less robust. Or there's a typo there. And not cutting edge when you look at the CSI trends. To say, have we looked at what business is doing? Have we tried to match our objectives to their company values? Look at, maybe take something like their mission statement, and their values and say, how do I match this as an organization without failing myself and the purpose that I want to do as an organization so that I can access their funding? If you look at the geopolitical environment, it's also fragmented. There's lack of coordination, which leaves and underserviced and the parts of the political agenda of the day. So if I'm gonna go back to the statement that Anne was making to say, what are we doing? The question, who is she talking to? As NGOs, maybe as a shelter, yeah, one of those sector NGOs that are more organized because you've got NSM. Most of you, I think there's 95 organizations under NSM, but there's still a lot of of shelters that are not under NSM. But maybe you're not as fragmented as the whole umbrella of NGOs, because we do not have like an umbrella body that is holding us together, where when we have issues, we know that this is our body where we can go. What other issues can you raise or you see as a problem statement as well when it comes to this funding landscape? Can I get some input? Can I randomly choose a name? Lisha. Hi, Lisha. Bianca.
So it is Lisha, but I know she was having problems with the speaker earlier.
Hello.
Okay. Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
I really love this part because it's what? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, that's better. Sorry, man, my thing's just going all the time. I love the donor sector. It's really difficult when it comes to funding and finding donors. And so this is very interesting for me, this section as well. But the cutting edge of CSI trending, that's been trending for a very long time, but I feel like the CSI trending is that it's been here for a while, but people don't understand when you explain to the companies that you are going to, and saying how important it is to help with the current anarchy or the communities and stuff like that. So yeah, it's I don't think companies are understanding the CSI, and also like the tax rebate that they can get and stuff like that coming through an NGO, that they can get deductible taxes.
Yeah. I'll explain it further on the next slide, Bianca, and show.
Can I come in?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you can come in.
Okay, so on the CSI, we so obviously I'm the trauma counselor, but I'm also the fundraiser. And what we found this year is that a lot of the companies that supported us a while back, and it's sort of slowly reduced, when I spoke to them, they were looking more for training, and they didn't understand that as shelters, well, I'm talking for the Open Door Crisis Center, right? We every week we go into communities and we train, we do programs, we have talks, we do awareness campaigns, and just for the rest of the NGOs out there, that has helped us hugely, because it's moved us from one level to another level. So when the CSI look at women and child abuse, a lot of the companies want to facilitate money more from the training side as well. So we'd sort of based our whole life on the knowledge that Open Door was a shelter for abused women and children, and they didn't actually realize that the extent of the training we do, the extent of going into schools. We go into 3 schools every week, and then we touch so many other students, and we do training. So maybe for NGOs to have a look at what you're doing on the training side, and that seems to have helped us a lot, where they've got a different vision of what we're doing. So we're not just a shelter for abused women and children. We are actually doing a huge amount of training in the communities. And if you look at a lot of the things that they need for proposals, there's training. So try to see if you are doing awareness campaigns and things, it'll fall into that, and it'll give you a bit of a upper leverage for funding. Yeah.
True.
Okay.
Yeah. True. Thank you for that. This is what I was saying, to say you need to investigate the company before you even, approach them, to say, actually, what are they for? What do they want to support? What are their values? It's there in their profile. If you look at company profiles, you can pick up that this is something that could move them. I'm not saying again, putting the word whoring in inverted commas, because sometimes we are set to move with the air as civil society. When there's a buzz, like now GBV is a buzz, everybody now works under GBV. When HIV was a buzz, we were all there. But again, the nature of our sector is to respond to the crisis in the country. So it is going to happen that when we get any, now we got the pandemic, any crisis in the country, civil society is bound to move, not necessarily neglect the sector that they are in, but would move to help the other sector. So it is important to see what your donors are looking for as well. So if I can move to the next slide, if nobody wants to add another problem statement from the ones that I've shared. This thing. It's stuck, apologies again. It's stuck. Mariam.
Hi, Subs. Can I add while
Yeah,
we're waiting?
yeah, you
It's
can add.
Beatrice.
I'm trying to move my slides. You can continue, please.
That's okay. So
Mm.
what I was thinking now is maybe there should be an umbrella body where the one sector of the police dealing with gender-based violence, social workers and the shelters can form a unity and an umbrella body so that at least we know there is one section of the police department that we can hold accountable. Because somebody mentioned before, and we at Women to Women have also experienced that law enforcement is very lackadaisical to do their part. They will shun and shift and red tape and do whatever they can to get out of that situation, because they are responsible to get the women out of those dangerous situations. It's not the job of the organization to do that. We don't have the legal power to do that. So I think it would be a good idea if we can start looking corporately into a regulatory body that can bring us all together and we all play our part effectively.
Yeah. In the meeting that I was sharing from this CDC, somebody said maybe the GPV council could work as that structure. But if you're looking at how that structure is made up with government participating and civil society participating with different percentages, government it's 49 and civil society would be 51%. I am not sure that their mandate would be to unite civil society, because even those seats that are within the council will be highly contested. So my response was no, we cannot do it through the council. But is the council going to be able to push us to form a body? Maybe they could force us to push a body and, add in their mandate and say, we are adding an item that there should be a body formulated or an umbrella body formulated for civil society for ease of communication, for ease of nomination, to say who's going to be on the board. As much as there's going to be advertising and whatever, what if individuals are now applying to be members of the board, and who are they responsible to when they're sitting there as individuals and they are not elected from some kind of body to say, go and represent us in the council? Because they can decide that they do not owe you an explanation or a report or feedback from whatever work that they're doing, because they had applied as an individual to sit on that council. So it's something that as civil society, we need to really look into, to say we have more strength as a united body rather than different, single organizations that are just operating and hoping that you'll always have funding. You will always get a good response from government. But ultimately, we hit hurdles where it needs us to unite and move in unison. So with this slide, I've just shared a number of bodies where you can access funding, through CSR or CSIs, through intermediate grant makers, the Chukululus, the Hlanganisas, your development partners and donors, or philanthropies. You can crowd the fund or do a GoFundMe. You can even apply for a loan to start up your organization, and hopefully you'll be able to repay that loan. You can find your angel investors. You can get funding from DSD and other government departments that want a response based on the services that you're giving. And then just your general fundraising as an organization where you do your fund runs and other things. So looking at these, all of them would need an application. Hence, it is very important to know how to write that proposal, and that proposal should speak to whoever is responding to your proposal. Earlier on, was it Bianca who said she's struggling to understand this CSR? These are the advantages and the disadvantages, Bianca. I call it an ILT and an MNR. They're based on those letters that I have shaded in red. So the advantages, your CSI helps to attract investors as a result of increased profit. They promote customer loyalty, resulting in increased sales and profits. They give businesses tax advantage, such as tax reduction. All those advantages, they're not for you, they're for the company that would be giving you money. The disadvantages on the other side, it can increase financial risk as programs cost money. So as soon as they sign on that piece of paper, normally, if you're applying for this CSI amount approaching whatever company, I normally would advise that you lock them to 2 or 3 years, never accept CSI for 1 year. So looking at your program, how you have structured it in your application to say this program will run from 2021 till 2025, but with the costs increasing. If the company is not making enough money or the costs of your project are higher as the number of years grow bigger, it might leave them wanting, or the business may not be supported. Customers may not buy their product. If whoever they are supporting with their money, let's take the very sensitive one. If they're supporting an LGBTQI community project and they are, again, a sensitive one, maybe a Muslim a business, they might get retaliation and somebody might stop supporting them. Detailed reports must be drawn up, which can be time consuming for companies. So companies, some of them, this money that they've given out still needs them to account to their board members to say, we have given this money, we've gone through the M&E, this project is working. Somebody has to do it. So somebody has to be delegated as well to do that. Some of them are not willing to do that. So for us as civil society, as long as we can give the company, it's, even if it's a form of a letter, not necessarily the BE certificate, they will apply on their own. They just need a letter from you, but a letter that you can give them, you can only, it's worth the words that are written on it only if you have that tax exemption. But if you do not have it, you cannot give them the letter. So as much as they would like to support us directly, if we cannot give them the positive side, they would not give us the money. They would rather still, if they have to give that money, give it to the intermediaries and not have to deal with the paperwork and pay them a portion, a percentage to say, you would also need to do that detailed report for us. We don't have to do anything. we would give you the money, we will pay a percentage, we want all these things done, and we can get our letter and we can apply for our certificate, the triple BE certificate. Bianca, are you being answered or not?
Yes, I've definitely been answered. I wanted to ask just another question on the CSI. We work with human trafficking victims, and I found that people, just this one company said that we don't deal with that. We don't like that to have that against our name or show that we are contributing to human trafficking. When we explain that we are not, it's human trafficking safe house, they're coming out of it, we're in the restoration and healing. Has any of the NGOs had a problem where a company has said, no, we don't want to align ourselves with that?
Ladies and gentlemen, Bianca is sharing a question with you, not necessarily with me. Can somebody respond?
Jerry Kokomo from Betchico. Yeah, we've had that a couple of times. We have been allocated a piece of ground by the municipality, a beautiful piece of ground, 1.4 hectares, to build a shelter or a facility. We don't like to call it a shelter, we call it a facility, because we do training there, we do job creation, everything. That's our plan. And not only the businesses in that area, but the residents in that area have actually signed a petition to stop us from building. That petition has been going on for nearly 3 years now, because they don't want their area associated with anything like that because of perceptions.
Yeah. Anyone else? So Bianca, what are they just citing the reasons of not wanting to associate with that particular service that you want to offer? Or is it more than that? Is it because of where you're putting it or how you've phrased your application as well? I'm trying to, I hear Gary with saying it's the community they don't want to be associated with. I'm assuming that sometimes people who are coming back have been, put into drugs and whatever the reasons, Gary, I'm not sure. I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. And Bianca, I'm on your side. What exactly are they referring to? Are there specificities that they're highlighting and saying we do not want this because of a number of reasons, or is it just general?
I think it's just general because we tick all the boxes, we register, we have the certificates, we've done everything so well. DSD says they're very happy with us, they love us and everything like that. But I think people, when they hear human trafficking, they just think, oh no, it's a poor rural area problem, but it isn't. And I think we're all about job creation and all the things. We tick all the boxes to help and to assist. But I think just people are just scared, I think. I don't know if it's ignorance when it comes to human trafficking. But yes, the gentleman that spoke now, I found that communities can actually hinder instead of uplifting, an organization. They can actually, it's very sad that people want to close it down or have something else there. I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. Bianca, I will ask Miriam to share my details with you. I would want to try one more thing for you when it comes to the service that you require funding for.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The donors, I've just put a few donors. Some of you might know them. I didn't want to add a lot that are supporting the sectors. The philanthropists as well. These are individuals with a lot of money, or Bill Gates, they fall under philanthropists. Your Ford Foundation, it's a philanthropist. These are well-established organizations, but they're still called philanthropy, where they can also fund a number of different activities in different countries, not necessarily in one country. Most of them, they don't do call for proposals. You know, a lot of donors, there would be a time where they do call for proposals. A lot of philanthropists, you write your short proposal to them, not your normal big proposal, a short proposal, and say, I would like to do this. Is it something that you can fund? And when they respond, then you would do your normal bigger proposal to them, where you would highlight your activities clearly and concisely. Then, but if they've agreed on, based on your shorter proposal to them, it is given that when you send your second proposal, you would be funded. So it is another good way to go. I know when I spoke to Zubeida, she had said, how do you write these letters? You know, for me, it's not necessarily a letter, it's still a proposal. It's just a shortened version of the proposal. If you take the steps of writing a proposal, condense them slightly and make a 3-pager, and especially, you know, at the beginning with your summary, where a person reads your first page and understands exactly what you're looking for. No, she doesn't have to go to the second and the third page to be convinced that your project is worth supporting. And then the crowdfunding, you can do it with friends, where you can do a post and ask friends to donate. That's crowdfunding. You can do a GoFundMe, where you open an account, which is a GoFundMe account, and you put posts on social media that could be seen, you know, globally, and people can put money through PayPal, where you can access that money. If you look at people who do go to TikTok and on Facebook, sometimes you see there's, I'll call them also angels, who have decided to help communities. They go in those communities, especially people who do not have, who are homeless or who have different needs, and they identify them and say, you know, form a relationship with that person and ask their following, because they've got a big following on social media, and say, this is Sibs. Sibs has got a daughter, they've been staying, they've been homeless for a month. I wish to help them. Anybody who wishes to help them, please send on my GoFundMe. And when people send money, they reference it specifically for me. And after maybe a month, this very person comes, the angel comes back and says, Sibs, my friends, my followers on TikTok have given me so much to help you. I know now here in Joburg, I've seen one of the similar structure of funding happening. There's a granny in Tembisa who's becoming, through the grandson, who's becoming a face of TikTok as well. But you can see the environment when the grandson is taking these videos, that she really needs help. And I've seen a number of people sharing, they've opened a cash build account for the granny. So they are buying a bag of cement and whatever, but it's under her account. As soon as she's got enough, her house would be repaired. So things like that are doable in an organization, to say, how can we raise funds? When we're under the total shutdown as well, we did the GoFundMe. We opened an account. As people were sharing their stories on Facebook, we also asked them to donate to fund the fight against GBV. And people donated, as much as it was not a lot, but it did help. You know, there's days where we needed a taxi, a bus, or whatever. You find that you have enough, 1,000 rand to be able to book that. So it does help. The bank loan, this is one that is not normally used, but some people who feel strongly about what they want to start, they would also do a bank loan and say, I will do a loan to cover the basics that would help me start this particular organization that I would want to open. I do not advise on it because it's still on your name if you're opening, if you're taking a loan, if it's not on the organization, if the organization cannot guarantee the loan, if it's a new organization, the bank wouldn't even give you that loan. So it's more risky and I wouldn't advise it, but I know several people who have done it just to kickstart their organization. And then I've spoken about the angel investors. It's either they do crowdfunding or they have money, but they do not want people to know that they're donating into your organization as well. They would come and drop off an envelope every month and tell you that please do not share my name or write me as a Jane Doe. I do not want people knowing that I'm supporting the cause. It could be a business, it doesn't have to be an individual. So it's a number of ways of doing it, especially when you are starting up and you can be mentored by somebody else. Your mentor can also be your angel investor who can make sure that you've got stationery, you've got money to come to the office or go and do your site visits, things like that. And then there's government funding. Government funding in South Africa, mostly for the work that we're doing, we're getting it from DSD. But looking at the NSP and right at the back, when we start looking at the implementation plan, you can see that it's not only DSD that is implementing the NSP. There's other departments, your DSEC, Sports, Arts and Culture, your Labor, your SEPs, and. So if you look at the services that you're providing as an NGO and say, let me go and check the implementation plan at the back and find yourself, let's say you have chosen Pillar 5. You find that under Pillar 5, Department of Labor is supposed to do training. And you know that your organization is capable of forming a partnership with them to do the training. You can share your manual with them and say, this is what I have through a proposal as well, that short version proposal. This is what I have, this is what I'm able to do. Caution again, if you're going to share your document, you need to find ways of protecting your intellectual capacity. It is yours. You cannot just give people documents because they will run with your documents. So you need to find ways of making sure that you protect your documents as well. But you can form partnerships, especially based on the document that we have now. I've seen a young lady from Centurion. She works with young women. She has gone and formed a partnership with Department of Basic Education. She has gone to UNAIDS as well to form a partnership with them. She's doing stellar job in schools. She started this, I think it's last year. She started it last year, but she's been getting funding. She's been getting contracts. So it's one other avenue that you can visit. Your intellectual property is very, very important when you're sharing documents. If you're not protecting your documents, then you would do all the work of creating the necessary framework and somebody will run with it. So it's important when you're going to those different government offices to protect your work as well. So the question that I would like to pose, it is, what do you think the funder priorities are after I've shared all this with you? You know, we're still discussing the landscape, looking at what you were not funded for looking at what I've shared with you, what do you think the funders' priorities are? Because you need to have an opinion before you even write that application. So I need those opinions. What do you think their priorities are? And what do you think the funders' challenges are as well? They should be having challenges. They have money, they have a lot of us. What are their challenges other than just having a lot of us who are asking for money from them? I'm not going to send it to plenary. I would like us to discuss it here so that maybe more people can join the conversation. I'm not sure if I'm not in the room, if people are participating, because we are struggling even now with people joining into the conversation. Can I pick a name? Dr. Tammy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
It was
Tammy.
wonderful right through the challenges of connecting and keeping connected to the engagement of the whole conversation or the courses. But that's which I was able to pick up this far has been wonderfully informative and appreciative. I think from a lot of the professional companies, they have a standard by which they want to have people to comply with, and some of us do not really understand this, especially the corporate companies, because I think some years ago I was exposed a little bit to that information. In fact, that there was this solar farms that have an office, and the challenge was they could not find companies or organizations that they thought they could safely invest this money with. So they actually opened up an office or something like that that's in the area of Katru. So sometimes it's us not being so much informed in what they, or we not have a lot of access to what the requirements is of these companies or what their standard is, what makes them comfortable from that side. But yes, they would definitely look probably at how safe it is for them to release the funds, and then also to the benefits that they can receive from that for giving the funds. And sometimes the benefits is not only just the fact that they want tax deductible. Yes, they look into that, but they also wants to boost their profile in the communities. So they will also look at how will their profile as a company be boosted, especially from that perspective. Maybe that is also one of the challenges they're also looking at. How promotable will this organization make us as a company in the community to make us, in that regard, looking good?
Thank you, Tammy. Can I ask you, Cheryl? Just to touch on
hi.
what Tammy had, sorry, Cheryl, for a second, what Tammy had raised here, record keeping, your track record. When I spoke earlier that it's important that you keep records, because in your proposal, you need to give them assurance that you've been doing it. And I'll show you when we're doing the 10 steps of completing a proposal, where does it fit in? Because it's very important that you show them that I have been doing this, I have a track record that can support what I'm saying I can do, so that I can make you comfortable as well, that I will be complying. Thank you so much, Tammy, for that. Cheryl?
Okay, I also just want to echo on what the previous speaker is speaking about, but also what I tend to find with the people that we've approached or the donors that have approached us, they are really clear on the clarity and the purpose of the project. Most of them, I used to get frustrated at first because people don't want to fund operations. But if you don't want to fund the operations, then I can't have specific projects within the operations because I have no money for water, electricity, or to pay the staff or anything like that. But and also I have to think from a donor perspective. How do I then quantify the impact that I've made if I am funding that? And they are more on impact. They want to make sure that that's why most of them focus on skills development and training, because with that, they're able to quantify that, okay, out of 20 women were trained at Feeder Hartley Shelter, 15 of them got jobs, and 5 of them were able to be integrated back into society as productive members. That makes them good, and that is, you are able to quantify. Transparency as well. A lot of them want, I know we have to protect a lot of our of our residents, but if you can take pictures of the projects that you are doing, they love seeing that, okay, you are making an impact. You are doing the training where you're taking pictures of the women at the back being part of the training, women with the certificates. It's good now because people get to wear masks, and also having to ask them that, can they use that internally instead of using that, external to protect the people that are inside our shelter. But I think really one of the most important thing is very clarity and the purpose of the project, but having projects that the client can quantify the impact that they are making.
Yeah, thank you so much as well, Cheryl. It's important to have an MNE, and your MNE needs to talk to activities. If it's not talking to activities, they would have a challenge as well. And again, when it comes to funding, when you are applying for a low-bearing fund, that fund can only allow you to have 20% as an overhead to cover all your overheads. The rest of the 80%, they want you to account for every cent to show that it has gone to the project, not necessary to service your office or your salaries or anything that has nothing to do with the actual project. That's why they want you to account for every little thing. But with core funding, it's different. With core funding, some of those things you can actually add onto your budget without them hassling you when you say, I'm coming back and I'm reporting. We had to keep our lights on, and they are allowed, even if they can go over 20%, as long as the funder makes sure that with your MNE, you have covered also the work that you have promised that you are going to cover, your indicators and activities are met, then they would allow that. But it doesn't mean as well that it has to be too high without you having explained it or put it on your proposal that I'm applying for such and such a fund. The 70% of it is going to salaries, 30% of it is going to the activities. It should have been there from the beginning when you put up a proposal. Any other input? Okay, let's move on to the next slide. The funder priorities and goals. Most of the funders are still concentrating on issues of human rights, of economic development as their focus area. That's why, I forgot who said earlier, they had decided to make sure that they highlight training as a key element of their services, because they are doing it, but the donor didn't see that they were doing it. So it is for them an economic development factor. So they would prioritize everybody who's saying, we are changing the status of our country. We are making sure that we're giving people skills to make money, skills that they're not dependent on the state, skills that would make them live an abusive situation, they are willing to still fund those.
Sibs, are you still there?
I think we've lost her once again.
Let's just give her a minute. I'm sure she'll come back now. Subs is just gonna change devices. She's just had problems with connectivity. She's coming back now.
Apologies, I was kicked out again. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thanks, Subs.
Yeah, this electricity. Okay, I'm here. Am I on the right slide, Miriam?
We can't see your screen yet.
Oh, okay, sorry. I have to add them again. Just give me a second. Are you able to see now, Miriam?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. So how they had chosen South Africa, I wouldn't know, because if you look at the reality of Africa, there's countries that need help more than us. But I can see there's also a shift to Kenya when it comes to GBV. But I'm just saying, we never know why donors choose a specific population or a specific country to fund. It is just their prerogative. So also funders commit to connecting and strengthening local organizations. You know, a lot of funders, when I sit in funding committees, when we, you know, you can ask a number of funders to, you can host a meeting of funders and say, can I call a round table and then have a discussion as a few organizations, maybe Miriam Zubeida can also propose that to a number of funders that we have, just to hear what they are funding, what their challenges are with the proposals that they're getting as well. It would be good, you can invite one or two shelters to come and sit in that meeting to hear it directly from the funders, what the issues are as well. And again, funders do complain about the funding that they are sending to local activities, but never reaches local activities. I think, Mariam, you've seen the frustration. I keep on making LUCDC as one big example. You have seen the frustrations with people in LUCDC that it has become an event-driven town, you know. Everybody comes to their town as an event, not to implement anything. And money has been flowing to projects that are meant to the CDC, but those projects, they don't reach local people. So funders are frustrated about that as well, because they are not implementers. The implementers that they're getting, they promise that they will be doing work in those local areas, but they end up not doing it. Funders face significant obstacles as well in supporting local organizations, which I've just mentioned now. And again, because people who are working in the grassroots, your CBOs, most of them, they're not registered. Most of them, they do not have a track record. Then it's another issue. Will the donor give them money directly? No, the donor would want an intermediary. A donor would want them to partner with somebody. But because, again, civil society, we've got so much fear in partnering with a stronger organization. And we are missing out, because stronger organizations that have got a track record can host our money if it's meant for us. If, let's say, we get funding for 100,000, the 80,000 or the 70,000 could be for the well-developed fund hosts, and the 300,000, sorry, could be for, I said 100,000, the 30,000 could be for the CBO, while the stronger NGO could then build this CBO and capacitate them and say, you need to start drafting reports every time you come from the field. If you have seen somebody, you need to put a report. If you are going out, you need to come through to the office, sign in, or call somebody that I'm going here, I'm doing this, and bring a report. If you are an organization, you need to be registered. If you're an organization, register everybody who's working. Don't say, today I'm calling this one, tomorrow I'm calling that one. They need to be registered so that they do offer to work for you as an organization. So those partnerships are key to growing the CBOs, to making sure that they can also get funding directly from the donors. So the breadth of Africa support may limit opportunities for collaboration with other funders. Africa is so vast, and as Africa as well, you know, we've got organizations that are working locally, provincially, nationally, and internationally. The organizations that are working internationally, if I look at the work that I do in the region, it's only a few that have got a footprint or have formed some kind of partnerships with other countries. But donors are looking at continuity of work. Donors are looking for those collaborations to say, shelters in South Africa, how are you comparing yourselves to shelters in Nairobi? How are you comparing yourself to shelters in Ghana, in East Africa? What information is coming out when you are looking at what you're doing, what they're doing? Where can the improvements come? They would support something like that to say, we've seen the gaps between the two countries. And we've got unifying documents in the region. We've got your CEDAW document, you've got your Maputo Protocol that we are all signatories to. But we cannot form these partnerships that are key to reducing the breadth of Africa and making it smaller by sharing information. So I'm hoping some of you would start reaching out to our sisters and our brothers in other countries and trying and forming these partnerships and seeing if you can get a better response from the donors. Sorry. As soon as I add it, Mariam, it just takes me out. The funder challenges, I think it was Tammy earlier who shared some of them, and was it Cheryl? Some of the additional ones are insufficient funding. They have a number of proposals, but they have limited resources as well to say who can they give. So they prioritize only things that they want to see change in. Local knowledge. You find somebody who's coming from Australia. When I spoke of Pillar 6, I said we do not have enough research in the country. Somebody from Australia coming to do research on our women in KZN or in the Western Cape, who can't even speak our language. We leave out people who've got local knowledge. People in communities need to be capacitated so that they can do the work. And if you are not in that area and you are already an established NGO, you can feed into the work that they are doing. Already, I think this week I called it a family tree for GBV to say, how are you connecting your work as an organization? How are you making sure that I'm operating Sarah Bartman, which is in this area in Western Cape? How am I making sure that I'm still connecting with somebody who's sitting in Nyanga and who's sitting in the district office, who's sitting in the provincial office, who's sitting in the national office, and move it out to regional, where I'm saying form those partnerships. You need to have your family tree as an organization that connects you right from the grassroots and take you right global, so that when you explain your services, when you explain your M&E, which Cheryl touched on, to say the impact, you can see the impact of the work that I'm doing from right at the beginning, because where it starts, I've got Elizabeth, who is in this community, who is servicing this community, doing 1, 2, 3, how it impacts on what I'm doing, how what I'm doing impacts on Zanele, who's sitting in a provincial office because of the program that you are running together, where I'm also including Elizabeth in that program. And we've also invited somebody who's sitting in Botswana to also form that link. It's very important. If you can make that link, funders will be willing to give you money. Again, they've got different priorities. If they've got one bag of money, they look at their priorities and allocate based on their priorities. So if your proposal is highlighting indicators that are not part of their priority, it will be rejected. And again, we've been speaking about the funding landscape, that there's a bad element, again, when it comes to donors, where they push us to do things that are not necessarily the needs of the country or the needs of your landscape where you are. You start shifting your direction and fitting into their mold, their template, to say, because they want this, I'll only do this. Forgetting when you started your organization, you said, my typography is this, I will be servicing this community based on this. So now when he comes and says, I'll give you $1 million, you totally move from what you know when you're doing your theory of change, to say, I could bring impact if I'm giving them these services, not these services. But because sometimes then we want to sell our souls, we move with the donor based on their priorities, not necessarily seeing how we can mold their priorities to fit into our own decision of what services you want to do as people. And then restrictions on civil society and philanthropies. There's a restrictions on both ways to say, with civil society, I've already mentioned that you do not have a body, so they're talking to individuals. And with philanthropies as well, how they share their money. It's also a problem, because with philanthropies, like I said, you write a proposal, 1-2 pager. If they're happy with your idea, they will move with it. But as civil society, as much as we have different formations, there's elements that we are committing to. Like now, I'm saying GPV now is the new baby in town, not because I'm making a joke, but you know, it's the new baby in town. We are all focusing on GPV. We did that with HIV. Now we're doing it with GPV. So if the philanthropists are also not focusing on what we want them to do, civil society, because now they can go as individuals to philanthropists, they can also adhere to the different priorities, which are problematic, which would not take the country where the country is trying to go. We're trying to go somewhere as a country using the NSP, but philanthropists and individual civil society, their relationship that is not under an umbrella restricts how we position ourselves. And it is a challenge for both donors as well. And as much as it's a challenge for us as a country to say we cannot move our agenda forward based on how we are supported. Any questions before I move to the next slide? We're good. Okay. So call for proposals. Before you even think of writing a proposal, unless you are sending your letters to your philanthropist or a company that would never share a call for proposal, you are just going on a blank and saying, I'm just going to take these 10 companies, call them and see, you know, where do I hit a mark and somebody responds. Normally there's a process for call for proposals done by different organizations. The first one is the NGO funds. I don't know if you know what NGO funds is. Anybody who gets information from NGO funds? Please Google NGO funds. If you subscribe to them, they share an email twice, 3 times a week. They give you all the funds that are calling for proposal so that you can send your application. You just go through it. If it speaks to your services, you can apply. It's one way of getting information where to get funding. You don't have to do anything. The emails will keep on coming as long as you have subscribed to them. And then the donors, we can provide a list of donors as well. You just need to register on their database. These donors who you register in their database, what they normally do, they've got a schedule. They're called for proposals. They would set it, let's say, for beginning of April, and then they do another call July, they do another call October, and the last call in January. So if you are on the database, you'll also get these emails coming through, giving you information on what proposals, what RFPs are out there where you can apply. And who is funding who and who is funding what? It's important to know. We're speaking of different sectors. Most of you are in the shelter sector. I'll call it a sector, shelter sector within the GPV space. To say who is funding shelters, it's important for you to do that homework. to say, okay, out of all these donors, who's been funding shelters, who's still prepared to fund shelters? Those are the first people you approach for funding. Or the second question, who is funding what? If those are not the ones that you know that have been funding before, do your homework, go through, you see the first two, the NGO funds and the database. As soon as you have registered, you will know when they send you the RFPs to say, what are they funding? Because when you read the document, it tells you that this is a call, they want training for university students on GBV, training for whatever. So you know that this particular funder is concentrating on training. You look at, you can, you know, when you get these emails, it's a lot of them. When you go through all these emails, you can see that there is money. Maybe again, when you joined and became an NGO, you really didn't investigate where you're supposed to be. Some of these funding RFPs can help you decide if you still want to be in the same spot, or yes, I want to be here, but I want to add another element onto the services that I provide based on the calls that I'm seeing, that donors in 2022, 2023, this is what they're funding. Maybe I need to tweak my strategy as an organization a little bit to also fit into this so that we can access the funding. Not necessarily, you know, every time there's a call you want to shift, now you're no more sheltering and doing something else. But, you know, you need to be pliable as well, soft, and be able to, you know, move with the times, not totally, but adapt and find ways of also manipulating the system and saying, I can still do sheltering, but I will add all these elements that make me to be able to function. I spoke earlier of the low bearer or the low bearing fund, which is a fund where you have to show your true costs. These funds are limiting, but most of the call for funding out there, they are called low bearer or low bearing funding. It's where they want you to stipulate that 200 Rand is going to be used for transport. This is going to be used for whatever. This is going to be used. These are the funds where I said 20% of it can only go to your overheads, not more than that. And then the core funding, that's the funding where you can play around with it. As long as you have written all your indicators, you can even move funds from one indicator to the next, and the funder will agree to that. Any questions at this point? I'm going to choose people because you're making me speak to myself. I'm going to choose Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hi there. I'm just actually tending to a call. Can you come back to me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Darlene, is your internet stable now? If not, let me choose Kim, followed by Mary. Kim?
Hi, okay.
Hi.
So, hi. I was the one that had to step out at 10 for another meeting and then rejoin the Zoom. And that was on another Zoom meeting that I was on. But nevertheless, I've now, been following this the slide that you just done. And I don't have any questions. It's interesting. I've been working with funds for or funding for with the organization and even the previous organization, but on a in a way, like with the previous organization, I would often host the funders, drive them around, especially when they were all from overseas, and then do some of the report writing. In this organization that I'm currently in, I'm doing some of the proposal writing and what have you, even liaising with funders, but I didn't understand it in a way that you're putting it, which is, I wouldn't say the way we understood it was wrong. I would say it's limiting. So thanks for your presentation thus far, is sort of broadening my understanding to some of the things we've actually been doing, but we didn't know that is, how you even term it or call it or understand it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Janita? Nomfundo? I'm just choosing randomly.
Hi, Subs, it's Beatrice.
Hi, Beatrice.
I'm sure Janita had to go back to work because she's very busy today. I have not been involved in proposal writing. I was actually looking together with Pastor Tami in doing that, because the Lotto also has a facility where you can register yourself and they give you permission to collect funds. So even if it's via what do you call this thing, a raffle or something that you collect amongst the community, then they will also give you their support in that.
Yeah. Thank you, Beatrice. That's the fundraising that an organization can do on its own, which is good. It does help to cover some of the costs. Pastor Messi.
Good morning. If it's still a morning. Hi. Thank you for the presentation. I've been listening. We subscribed to the NGO funds, I think for 2 years, that I was getting those emails. But I think sometimes it's very tiring, because you're always looking and don't really find what you can tap into. Like what you said, that you end up selling your soul because of funds. So if you don't know your assignment, you will just fill up these proposals, and that will be all that you are doing. So this year we were supposed to renew, and the last month I didn't renew because I didn't really get the benefit of it, or of those. We applied also to the Ghana, the AW thing, but there was not even an answer, and all these international donors, there was not even, only IUNI said we are shortlisted, but after that there was never a concrete answer or something. So I don't know, I don't know, but I'm hearing and I am learning. It would be good if we can have the database of donors. Maybe then one could zoom in by themselves in what they want to be funded, and see exactly who they can approach. I also like the fact that you said the philanthropy thing, that we can write there's a 2 or 3 page thing and approach. I think also I like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Like I said, the NGO funds most of the time can also call for things that you are not servicing. You need to find a way of manipulating the system and trying to mold it so that some of the things that are called for in these proposals we are able to do as an organization. The one that I didn't add here that is new, other than the others that you know, that is critical for you is the private sector fund that was started by the president in 2020. 2020, yes, 2021, I'm lying, 2021, in February. The private sector fund also had an RFP out in August last year, 6 months into their establishment, and they were funding CBOs and NGOs that have been struggling with funding. It was not a lot of money. I know that most of them were getting like 300,000 from that. But I think the very fund is specifically for people who are really struggling with their paperwork, who have been ignored by big funders, you know, to say there is a funding that has been started by the president. The next time they open their RFP, it's important that you also apply, but it's important that you get your papers in order. As much as I'm saying this, with this one, they did look at, you know, or overlook some of the paperwork because they were really focusing on CBOs. But it is important that you do, you know, make sure that you get information on different funders. I know somebody on the group has also added the Lotto. Lotto does fund as well. So the better your proposal, the better are the chances of you getting the money. This session doesn't end here today and then we are done. I think Anne was worried about us having too many workshops. So you need to reach out and say, I'm struggling here. How can you help? As much as I won't be available 24/7 to everyone, but I'll try and make sure that I respond and I help. If you want me to look at your proposal after you've done it to say, Sips, can you help? I will help. And, you know, I never knew that I've got a skill of raising funds till I was in the total shutdown. I was responsible for raising funds. And what was worse, the total shutdown was a movement. It was not registered. The best thing that we did, we created an NGO just to hold our funds, not necessarily to do anything else, as we wanted a fiscal hosting bank account for the money that we might receive. We didn't get that much money because number one of the disadvantage was we're not fully registered. But if you are writing those proposals and you know who to approach, it does happen. And if you state your objectives clearly and concisely, it does happen. So can I move on to the next slide? Anyone else who would like to come in before I move?
Hi, Sibs. I just have a question regarding the NGO funds. Is there annual subscription to pay?
I've never paid any subscription. I don't know if I've been paying automatically. I don't remember because some of my bank cards are connected to all these things. I will check for you, Bianca, and I can, or you can just check as well.
It's Alicia.
Oh, it's Nisha. Oh, sorry, Nisha. You're not appearing on my screen, yeah. But I will check and share the information as well. Hi.
Okay, thank you.
It's Miriam. So there is a free subscription and then there's a premium one. So you can do the free subscription, and if you want to do the premium one, then there's a cost involved.
Yeah. Do you know what the cost is, Miriam?
No, I'm not sure, but I did put the link in the chat for everybody.
Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. We can have a look at that. Thank you, Miriam.
Yeah. Miriam, are we still good with time? Because when I start proposal writing, I would like to run with it till the end. Are we going to take a break, or we can push till we finish and have an earlier day?
I did propose that we would have a lunch break. So I don't know if you want to do it now, because if you want to do the whole proposal writing at one go, I don't know if people are okay with that or if they want to continue.
Let's hear from the room.
I'm okay, we can go ahead.
I'm okay, we can go ahead.
Yeah, we can go ahead with it.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
we
all
can
right as
carry
well.
on. I'm good. Thank you.
Jerry from Betricum, I'm good with it as
Yes,
well.
we can go ahead.
We can continue.
Okay, we can go ahead then. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have looked at the regulations, we've looked at why you need to register, where to register, the different kinds of registrations that you can do, and the benefits of registration. Also now we are saying the funders, what are they looking for? What are their challenges? What are our challenges? Now we are starting to write this proposal. Let's say there's a call for a proposal. You've seen it, you think you qualify, and you want to send out a proposal. Remember, I said we don't do letters. We do a short proposal and we do a proposal. So if you are approaching a philanthropist who doesn't have a call for proposal, you can send them a short version of the proposal. You can still structure it plus minus the same, but keep your pages shorter. Don't make it as long as the normal proposal would be. First, what is a proposal? I think we need to respond to that question. It is a project proposal. A project proposal is a document that is used to convince a funder that a project needs to be kicked off to solve a particular problem or benefit from an opportunity. It describes in depth how the project is going to be commenced so that the funder understands what is involved early. So have you seen how many questions are there already that you need to answer when you think I'm going to write a proposal? You need to tell and convince this person who's got money that your project is worth funding and it's going to have benefits and it is an opportunity for them. And describe what is that project and when do you want to start it by. The other important thing is the amount, to say, I'm doing this and it's going to cost you this month. Because even with you, when somebody says, borrow me money, the first thing you want to know quickly is how much. The why do you need it is it's secondary. It's never the first question. So how much is important for your donor as well? To sit right on the first page to say, oh, Miriam is applying. Miriam is telling me that there's this problem. And if I help, this is how it's going to benefit me. Remember your paperwork. And Miriam only needs 100,000. I can do this without going through your whole proposal. This person already understands. Why is it important to write one? It is important for the work that you need to do to write a proposal. Don't expect somebody to dump money on your table if you haven't worked for it. You need to convince somebody to give you their money. Anybody who comes knocking at your door and asks for money, they need to convince you. So you need to convince somebody else. Second question, again, why is it important to write one? The theory of change. I think it was Cheryl or Tammy earlier who said they want to know if you're going to deliver. They also want to know that you're going to make an impact. If your theory of change is not clear, theory of change, you say, we have this situation. This is how I'm going to change this situation. It needs to be clear. Theory of change. It needs to be very clear. So that there's 10 essential steps to writing this proposal. I'm going to go through the steps. So you are applying, you are an applying NGO. As an applying NGO, first thing, the donor wants to know who are you, your full names, not your personal names, NGO name, your address, where are you operating from, how does he contact you, and that budget to say, I'm applying and this is the budget. It needs to be on the first page. The executive summary says everything about your proposal, but in a condensed manner. So it is the last thing that you write when you're doing a proposal. It's number 2 on your page, but it is the last thing that you write. You don't write an executive summary before you write your proposal, because it will be summarizing what you have put in your proposal. So you deal with your proposal, you finish, then you do your executive summary. Why is it important? He's going to say, oh, Nomahle NGO is applying, they are in Lusigisi, they're saying it's a hotspot, this is their address, their contact, they only want 100,000. Let me see what he wants my 100,000 for. He doesn't go to your whole proposal, he goes to your executive summary. In your executive summary, you need to be clear and concise on description of your project and who is applying. Tell him about your NGO. Remember, there you just wrote your name. Who is this NGO? And why are you worth funding? You say, we have goals. These are our goals. That's why you need to fund us. What problem are you tackling? Remember, I said your organization, what your organization is doing, and what are your goals as an organization. Then you take him back to the problem that you're trying to tackle. You have described the project, but the project is addressing a problem. So you have it's 2 different things. The clear and concise description of your project. The project, you've come up with a project that is addressing a problem. So you're not repeating the same thing. Now you're saying, this is the problem. This is how we want to tackle the problem. And you're saying, how are you going to tackle? You say, we have these activities. State them and describe them. And we're going to start in 6, don't put them under pressure and say starting tomorrow. We're going to start in 3 months' time, and we're going to end during this time, to show that you are a planning person, you've got a work plan as an organization. You are not saying, I need money tomorrow. We are saying, these are the activities that we have planned as an organization, and we would like you to fund this particular one. We plan to start this project on such and such a day and end it on such and such a day. The budget is there. So in these first 2 pages, this person understands your plight, understands what you want from him. When she decides or he decides to go through your proposal, now he wants deeper information rather than the summary that you have given him or her. Any questions on these 2 first steps? Any questions? Are we clear? At least say yes, we are okay. Move on to the next slide.
The first slide is clear for me. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Okay. Organizational background, your history, your track record, your legitimacy, already raised by one of you to say they are not funding us because we do not have these things. So do you have the history of your organization? When did you start? Hi, Kim, can I take your hand if I continue? Kim?
Hi, yes, hi. Yes, so the previous slide, where you speak about a project or what activity that will be we explain what activity needs to be funded. You know, my challenge has been, I don't know whether to say this is a challenge, but this has been quite an interesting experience where there are some funders that want to fund something new. They want a new project. They want you to say how this is going to take place and all the, future, talking about future. And then we've had one funder in the past who, we want to try, get on board again with that funder, who funded us for our kind of our routine activities, like the projects that run regularly. And yes, there might be new topics covered in that, like your after school and your ECD. There might be ideas to run like mainstream gender-based violence, for instance, topics through it, but it's always going to remain an ECD and a after school. So that's been a bit tricky, is for many funders who send proposals, call for proposals, ask for a new project and not necessarily wanting to be funding something that already exists. So I'm not sure if you can speak to that, or that's coming up somewhere, or that's a separate topic.
Okay, I can speak to it. I think if you were a funder, Kim, and you are looking at proposals that are coming through and they are all saying the same thing. And if you look at the MNE as well, that we do for these proposals, it's not based on the same beneficiaries. For me, if your activities or the services that you are providing are the same, and there's lack of continuity with the ones that you started with, I would question it as well. Let me give you an example. You are training primary kids on how to read or whatever. Let's choose the most simplest one, how to read. And you are doing it from grade 3. And you do it for 3 months, you leave, you go to another community, you do it for 3 months, you leave. If I'm a donor, I would rather have you focus on the group that you have started with. I'm not saying your whole organization should just be focusing on that. Focus on those, on that group that you started with, and say, my organization started in 2018, and I started with a group of grade 3s, teaching them how to read. And I've followed them for the following year, 2019, grade 4, 2020, grade 5, 2020. There's continuation to say, the stats that they normally do to say, when we start with grade 1s, we have 1.5 million grade 1s starting that year, let's say in 2020. But 12 years later, when they were supposed to be out, we have 500,000 instead of 1.5 million that are finishing. It means there's something that is not happening in between. So if you are doing something like that, for me, I would advise you that part of your organization needs to have something that links your first beneficiaries to your implementation, to your MNE, to say there is growth that is qualitative, that we can measure. Because you can say you've done training in 3 months, then you are gone. What happened to those kids that you were teaching for 3 months? Who's following up? You're hoping somebody's going to come and pick up from where you left off. sometimes nobody does come. So for me, they would fund you if you're doing that. But you are saying to them, I'm going to grade 3s, different schools, and I'm not following up on a project that I've started. I don't know if I'm making sense on that one. Before even if we talk innovation, I'm saying it is innovative as well, that one, to say, I am following up as much as I'm continuing with other groups, but the group that I've started with, I want to see it through for the next 10 years when they are still in their schooling years.
Okay, so thanks, Subs. I've made note of that in terms of that follow up. We do a tracking system like that through our MME. We have the same kids for the whole year. So, and we're only based in 2 communities, in Lavendale and Fregrond, and they are adjacent to each other. It's a very small area that we're based in the Cape Flats.
I know
very
it very
high
well.
crime. Yeah, very high crime areas. And then very high gang crime areas. And so I think, you do answer my question in terms of, or you did answer it, in terms of the tracking part, maybe we need to deliberate more on that. But we don't go from so-called like one school to the other or so. We have a community center, and we have kids coming on a regular basis. So most of our clients are on a regular basis, as different to our emergency safe house. So sometimes when we apply for funding, we apply for project specific funding, because who will fund at the safe house will not fund, for instance, another project. But we did have this one funder who would fund portions of all our programs in the past. And to find those type of funders I find difficult, where they fund ongoing projects, like where you have kids for a whole year with you, and your new intake is only next year. Because we've got, the after school, the ECD, the safe house, the advice office. We've got quite a mixed bag, quite a variety. But at the same time, the work we find complements one another, where we can even cross refer within the organization. Sorry to.
What I'm trying to implant, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. It's just me saying, can we add another element in what we're doing? Whether we're tracking 2 kids and going to the donor and saying, would like to present a new project where we take on 2 kids from the day they come till they reach 18. I'm giving you said innovative. I'm trying to be innovative, but what I can do next week, I can avail myself and look at your strategy, and let's discuss your theory of change and see where I can suggest a few things, and it's your decision whether you take them, but I can suggest a few things just to bring theory of change, to say, how can we change, not necessarily the whole strategy that you have, plug in new things that might pull more donors to your organization. I'm willing to do that with you next week if you're available.
Yes, thank you very much, Subs. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Fisani had.
Hi,
good
Fisani.
afternoon. Hello and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fisani.
Thanks so much, Sibs. I think what you just shared, it is very insightful for me, because sometimes I think as we write proposals for different kinds of things, we always forget about a future, to say after this one, where to. So I think this is just a comment to say, I think I've just learned something, that when we've received funding for a specific objective or for a specific purpose, it is always important to document where you were when this fund came in, and when it ends, where are you? So that at least maybe when you're applying to even a different donor, but we can always say, okay, donor A took me from point A and left me at point B. So I think from my evaluation or from my monitoring, I can actually then go to point C and point D if I can get funding. So I think that is insightful for me to say, with whatever funding that I have now, I can actually begin to look at how do I develop, how do I work on this funding, and taking the data to go out and ask, even if it's a different person or still the same donor, but say, okay, this is where I am now. I've improved, and these are the challenges that I still experience, and this is what the beneficiaries maybe require, or this is what can improve their lives. Then take it from there. So thank you so much for what you have just shared.
Thank you, Fisani. Any other one? Can I move then to the next slide? The organization background speaks about the history, the track records, and your legitimacy, that you are here to stay and you are committed to what you want to do. So, you know, by law, we are expected to document for 5 years and keep the records if you are an organization. Especially when you are dealing with the trauma of people, and especially when you are dealing with changing lives, it's important to document, not only document them, but also document the journey that you are taking. So your history is very important. I know donors love photos, but some of those photos shouldn't be for them. It should be for you to track how far you've gone. Tracking yourself again, if you look at the M&E, every time you write a proposal, you add an M&E. Are you achieving everything that you had set out to achieve? Sometimes it's not possible, not because you're not doing your job, because you get stuck in one activity and you ended up not doing all of the activities. But did you write to the donor? Did you explain to the donor? And did the donor see where you got stuck, that it was important for you to spend more time there? But again, remember the funding that you get with some of the donors, you cannot move funds around if it's not core funding. You still needed to go back to the donor and say, I'm experiencing a lot of problems here. Is it possible for me to move the funds to here so that I can stay here for longer, instead of getting a bad record with the fund that you say you didn't deliver? Legitimacy is about your organization. Are you all committed? Are you all serving the purpose? Are you legally registered? Are you serving the beneficiaries that you said you're going to serve? Are they disadvantaged? Or are you saying you're giving people food parcels, but you're giving us, your friends? Is your vision very clear as an organization? And if you do not have capacity as an organization to do something, are you bringing somebody from outside to help you with the expertise that you might need? Those are important questions. And all of those things you add onto your proposal. When I asked you earlier, are you legal? So you're going to tell him history. This is me. This is where our organization started. This is our track record. We've had funding from 1 to 3. And these, if you want to add your as an addendum, you can also add as an addendum to say these are some of the reports that we have submitted. And if you got a review from whoever was funding you, also ask for those reviews after you've sent a report. Ask them to give you feedback on your report, because it's important for you to add onto your proposal as an attachment. So if you're saying these are the beneficiaries, are the real beneficiaries, you say, I'm going to serve children in this area. Are you serving children in that area? But write all those things in this proposal under your organization background, under your track record, under your legitimacy. Those are some of the things that you need to address. More questions? when was your organization? Hi, come in. I
Thanks,
can't see hands, sorry. I can't see hands, I'm sorry. Yes, you can come in.
Okay, I just want to talk to what's that, legally registered. Ne?
Yeah.
I have seen a trend these days that many donors, many funders would also want an NPO to be SARS or PPO registered.
Yes.
And seen, I think last year and this year, in my area, I'm in Mpumalanga, I've had 2 NPOs calling to say, how can I assist them? Because a certain donor, initially they would accept them and say, okay, your proposal is well written and we wish to fund you. But when they go back now to checking a legal position of the NPO, they find that they're not tax registered, and then they get declined for that. So I think I just want to add to say to colleagues here that people should take note that actually registering with SARS for pay-as-you-earn and for also public benefit is nowadays becoming a requirement by many donors. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Pisan. So I think it's also homework with everyone who said they're registered to go and check if all the documents are there. So your history and your organization, you also state if you have been funded before, or if you have never been funded, you can state that we have applied before, but were rejected on this basis. Nothing wrong with saying that. It's part of your history. What your organization represents, your goals, and explain, sorry, I've jumped a step, organizational goals and your vision, not more than 10 lines, keep them short. You know, sometimes your goal vision and your vision can be a 1 line or a 2 line. So keep it as short as possible. The number of beneficiaries, the area, and your philosophy as an organization or your mantra, you know. I belong in one organization. It's not a formally registered organization, but we do a lot of work with people who are registered separately. We all registered separately. And the mantra is, go to the people, live amongst the people, listen to what the people are saying their needs are, work with them. They might have solutions as well, instead of coming with prescribed solutions for communities. So that is our mantra with that small organization. You can also create your own to say our philosophy is, so put a philosophy as well, or a mantra. It's important. And the program priorities, what are you going to prioritize in this program that you're doing? It's important as well. And how long are you going to take? If we move on to the next slide, it speaks of management systems that you also need to add onto your proposal. These provide an idea of your organizational institutional capacity. So if you're asking somebody for 2 million and in your organization there's 3 people, the donor is going to say, but how are they going to be able to do all this work? So it's important to show your structure and say, in my organization, as I'm applying, I'm starting with the right-hand side, as I'm applying in our organization, we have a CEO, we've got a manager, we've got field workers, we've got whatever. It's important that they see that. You don't have to give them all your names, but you can just explain the structure so that they can see that there's capacity for you to do what you have said you're going to do. And then the narrative description, you explain to them how decisions are taken in your organizations. They need to know that. You say, we're going to give you money. Are you going to fight for this money as soon as it hits your account? How are decisions made? How many people have to authorize activities? If you've got a board, how is your board selected? After how long does your board rotate as well? Or they are permanent members as well. You don't change them because they are your friends and they always favor your decision. Outside that, there's a secretariat. There's people who work every day. Secretariat is people or administration in your office who makes this office function. You also need to outline them. What is their position and what is their responsibility? Any question? Come on, ladies. Let's hear your voices. Are you happy with this one? Can I move? At least yay or nay?
Yes, I think you can move on. This was very informative and something definitely that I am going to incorporate into our proposals.
We can definitely move. Thank you.
Important one, the project's objectives. This is where your drama starts. The other ones are easy because it's like you're filling information that you already have. But when it comes to the project objectives, this is where we get messy because we now want to write everything. You know, but when we thought of a project, it was a specific project and it needs to remain a specific project. It cannot come to objectives, then we want to be everywhere. We need to focus on the object or on the project itself to say the funding that we are referring to. If it's for advocacy, let it be for advocacy. And the advocacy that we're talking about, we want to call a march, a big march, where we're gonna try and get 1 million women to march with us. And Anne is going to lead us. This is what we're going to say, where we're going. One, if it's on us doing operational work, what operational work are we going to do? If it's going to focus on children doing 1, 2, 3, let's do that. If it's going to focus on mother-child relationship that find themselves destitute are in your shelters and there's no program that builds their relationship, focus on that, but it cannot be about anything else. You cannot start that and then tell us about something else that you are going to court. It needs to focus only on that. The objectives needs to be concise. Describe the entire project in about 10 to 15 lines and telling us exactly who are your beneficiaries and what problem are you addressing and what solutions you are proposing. By this, you will provide your donor with a concise synopsis of what your vision for the project is. You state clearly what you hope to achieve by this project and how you will do it. What's your specificity? There's my problem with this word. Specificities of target groups are. So you've got a target group. If there is an age, that's an age from the start age and the end age, you need to tell them to say, the group that I'm working with, it's not only 5-year-olds, it's ages between 7 and 12. or it's teenagers, it's ages between 13 and 19, or it's 35-year-olds to whatever, but you need to be specific with that age, with that target group. Or if it's not age that is describing them, it's something else. Also add that this group, what is common with everybody who's going to be a beneficiary is this. It's because all they are drug dealers, they are drug users, sorry, they're drug users. So it could also be a target group, or all of them have been displaced, or all of them have been whatever, but it is a target group based on the first 10, 15 lines where you're describing your project. How many activities do you plan to do with this group? And how many people? So it is the target group and how many people is two different things. You're saying everybody who's going to be part of this project have this in common. The number is something else. The objectives as well, they are divided into two. You have major objectives and you've got specific objectives. So with major objectives, this is your vision about this project. And it is more of a general statement that you're intending to do this. But with a specific objective, it needs to be measurable. It needs to have outcomes. And it is based on your activities that you're going to be implementing. They need to be concrete, they need to be measurable. It takes you to your M&E to say, when they say do an M&E, then people don't know what to do. Your specific objectives will help you to draft your indicators, your activities, and there you have an M&E plan. Should I move, or are we fine with objectives as well?
We can move.
I'm going to share the presentation as well, just in case there's something that you still want to look at. Then it's justification. You've written all these nice stories to the donor. You said, who are you? This is what I'm planning to do. And I am legal. And I've told you my objectives, and this is what I want to achieve. But sometimes it's not enough. You still need to justify the very objectives or the very project that you have spelled out. So justification is important. Is what else can I tell him or her to convince them that whatever I'm trying to do is worth supporting? It could be something that you have read about. You could look at a newspaper, you could get that femicide study that I've just told you about and say, wow, this femicide study actually supports what I was going to apply for. You attach it as an addendum to say, the study that was done by MRC in 2020 also supports what I'm trying to do. Or the findings of Peggy, that this is a hotspot area with high rates of drug abuse, and this is what I'm trying to do, supports what I'm applying for. And this is what I'm addressing. So those questions below would help you find ways of giving justification to your proposal as well. I'm gonna pause. I'm expecting a few questions before I move on. And if nobody raises their hand, you know me, I'm gonna choose somebody to say something. Grip from Kondo. Who's representing Grip today? Hands off, women. Can we hear your voice?
Hi, Subs. I think for like people like me, first time that I'm actually attending a meeting regarding funding writing. It's a lot to take in, and you won't believe it. My head is spinning, and I'm like, oh, must I write this? Must I do that? I need to do research on this. How in heaven's name am I going to fit it all in by X date? So I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure most of the group also feels, unless there's very confident proposal funding writers already amongst us, it's a lot to take in. I understand exactly. I've actually been taking snapshots about every screen that you spoke on. So in case I missed something, I've written about 6 pages of notes already. So the questions for me would probably come when you get into it. I've never written a proposal, as I've said. So I think by the time I actually write it, there will be 101 questions. So for you, it feels as the facilitator that you're sitting out there cold. And for us, wherever we are in the country, it's like, oh my hat, it's a lot to take in. And we're raking our brains. So if you don't get a response, I think you should just carry on. I think if somebody really needs to know something, that they're bold enough to actually just interject like you instructed us. But once you finish with the slide, I'm happy if you just continue and go on to the next one, because I think there were like 30 or more slides, if I'm not mistaken. And we're trying to finish by 3. And so we still have
we will finish on time or long.
No, I'm not actually worried about the time. Time is on my side. I am fortunate to be at home. So yeah, it's a lot. And like I said, I've been making notes as we continue. So leave us your contact details at the end of the session. That would be very
I think
helpful.
Mariam will share the slides. I'm gonna share the slides with her and my contact details as well. But I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing important that I'm missing, that you are not understanding while I'm going through these slides as well. It's important for me, much as it's your first time, to at least if you have a question, stop me.
You see,
and make sure that
I wouldn't know what questions to ask. So you asking a rookie, it's like I wouldn't know what questions to ask unless I'm busy in the process. So now I'm just absorbing information, and I can't ask you about astronomy if I've never studied it. So it's the same with this. I don't know what questions to ask. And nobody wants to ask a stupid question in the group, even though people say there's no such thing. But I sometimes
thank you
see
so
there
much.
is such
Yeah.
thing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Slowly, if you see how we've moved from the beginning of my internet. Now tell me when you are losing me, Miriam. My internet is unstable again.
We must have.
Yeah, from the introduction, the background. Remember, we haven't done the executive summary. I said save the executive summary as much as I've explained it. Save it as your last part of the document when you are writing a proposal. So now we're slowly moving to the M&E. We're saying to this person, I'm going to achieve this. This is what I'm expecting. And this is how you're going to see it. in your progress. So it's progression. So they need to see all this. That's why I write it as 10 steps. When you have it as 10 steps, it's easy for you to follow. To say, oh, I forgot this. I missed this when I was writing a proposal. If you have written a proposal before, now you can see which steps did you miss as well. So the project outputs and outcomes. Outputs are those results which are achieved immediately after implementing an activity. Let's say you are training. As soon as I finish today, let's take for instance this workshop. As soon as I finish with this workshop and I say goodbye, I've reached my output. My output was to have a workshop today and have at least 25 people attending and finish my presentation. That is an output. I've done it. But what is an outcome? Because I know people struggle with what is an output, what is an outcome. An outcome is different. An outcome can be considered as a short, a medium, and a long-term result. And they are not seen immediately after the end of the project or activity. Let's take the question that we had. Donors want me to be innovative. They don't want to support the same thing. Your outcome is talking to that. You have done an activity, you have measured your outputs, but you're not giving them outcomes. That's why they say they don't want to fund anymore. But if you are saying to them, I will give you an output, I'll convene the training, I will do it, but after a year, I'll monitor the people that I've trained and add more skills. And mid-term, after another 2 years or another 6 months, I'll also give you another result. And I said at 18, I'll give you another result. So there is a longer outcome that measures an impact on people that you are training as an output. Am I clear? Yes, no, we are not sure.
Yes, I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
Yes, we're clear on that.
Yeah. Outcomes are usually described as qualitative. The change that output has delivered over a short, mid-term, or a long term, they're qualitative. Your training for one day is not qualitative. It's saying I had 5 kids in class, we read a book, they attended. But you cannot give me quality to say, have they improved? Have they improved? Only when you're measuring an outcome can you give me a quantitative report. I'm hoping that we are revisiting what we are saying we are servicing and are able to show the outcome of the work that we're doing. It's very important. The output and the outcomes help us to monitor the work that we're doing. So number 8, some call it a logical framework. In South Africa, most of the time we call it planning and monitoring tool, or your M&E, to say, how am I going to do that? The framework needs to be analytical, or an analytical management tool used to plan, to monitor, and to evaluate your process or your project. It derives its name from logical linkages. by the project planner to connect the project needs with its ends, your outcomes. So you said you have a project when you started. How do you connect it to make sure that it gives you qualitative results at the end? So you need to have some kind of framework. There's 4 functions to this. It develops a structured set of projects ideas by clarifying objectives and outputs. So as soon as you start and you say, I'm going to do this project, this is how I'm going to structure it. Immediately when you start writing an activity down and you want to measure it, it will tell you whether that is an output or this is an outcome. And it will tell you whether it's qualitative or it's quantitative. It provides clear, brief, and logical description of the proposed project. If you have it and you've written there, these are my indicators, these are my activities. Already by looking at that, I know whether this thing that you're doing is going to have an impact or not. It helps to identify possible risks to project implementation. Sometimes we dream and we dream high and far. There might be risks because whatever you're planning is not going to be attainable. You might run out of time, you might run out of money, you might run out of capacity because it's too broad. And it's the only way you can appraise your project through your M&E. That's the functions of the M&E. To say, is this working? Is this not going to work? Only through an M&E. And how do you come to your M&E again? You still divide it into 4 sections. When you're writing it,
Hi, Sibs. Can
Hello?
you tell me, it's Beatrice, can you tell me what the M&E stands for? Because I'm not familiar with all these abbreviations.
Oh,
I've been
sorry.
sitting, listening, and I've been Googling, so I got a lot, but if you could just
It's
tell me what
it's monitoring and evaluation. So
Oh,
if you
so
have a
it's
project, you need to
and
monitor it and evaluate it if it's working or not.
Okay, so it's not like the other one where it's an MNE, Mother November Echo. This is Mother and Echo.
Yes.
Monitoring and evaluation. Okay, that's clear
Yes.
now.
So when you're doing your M&E, needs to be clear. It should come out on your M&E. The purpose needs to be clear. The outputs needs to be clear. And the activities needs to be clear. Your indicators need to be measurable. And they need to be verifiable as well. So whatever external factors that can also affect your project, when they will ask you to say, what do you think can disturb your project, or make sure that what would disturb your project on, or make sure that it's not continuing? What do you think are factors that could affect it where it stops? What do you think the factors that can affect it where you need more money when you had said your budget is 50,000? And normally when we want 50,000, you say, no, nothing can affect it, but you need to make those assumptions. They need to be clear on your M&E. That I have set my project starts in July the 1st, it will end in December the 30th. There's an assumption that I'm making that if something like this happens, a factor that can be put into this project, it can disturb my start and end date. You can make that assumption, there's nothing wrong. Or it can warrant me asking for more money. If more people want to join my project, it can disturb the beginning and the end, or the capacity of the facilitators, or the budget. That's one of the things that could disturb the progress of my project. So it's important to say all these things. I've just given you a template that you can use when you are doing your M&E. Your objectives would be based on your goals, the purpose, the output, the activity. And are you able to measure it? What is the indicator that you are able to measure? You add those indicators. Are you able to verify? Yes, I can verify using 1, 2, 3. And you can add those assumptions and you send it like that. That's your M&E. When they're not happy with something, they'll come back to you and say, oh, under purpose, under your measurable indicator, we are not happy that you had stated there that the purpose of you having this project is to take kids to school. We do not understand how you're going to measure that and verify it. Can you change it and make it a measurable indicator and say, I'm planning to take 5 kids per week to school that were not going to school. Something like that. It needs to be in numbers that can be counted to say there is a change. You can't say, I'm going to take kids to school. You need to be specific. I'm going to take 5 kids to school. I'm going to visit 5 communities and meet with 10 women. Means of verification, I'm going to take a register when I go to these meetings. These women will sign a register. If I'm going to buy airtime for them, I'll pay airtime, send it through e-wallet or whatever, with the verification that would be their phone number that would be kept as data on my phone. Any questions?
Not from me. Thanks, Subs.
Good on this side.
Okay. You know, it's not just the M&E that they want to worry about. Also, you need to have an implementation plan. You know, a plan is like your calendar. You're saying, I have a project, give me money. I've told you who I am. I've been in this space for a long time. I've produced. And COVID has showed us that we need an implementation plan because we started staying at home, not going to offices. Nobody was monitoring whether you're at work or not. Your work needed to speak for itself. You needed an implementation plan for your work every day to say, I need to wake up and I still need to do my work and I still need to produce. So it's like a plan. It's the same thing to say, we have this work, we're saying we starting the 1st of July, we ending the 30th of December. We are saying to our donor, we are going to do all these things. What is the plan? So it needs to have a date. It needs to have whoever is going to do that specific activity. It needs to have a time when is it going to be done? Who is going to organize? Which area are you going? Who's going to be there? What activities are going to be done? All of that. Hello.
It's Beatrice again. How do we set a timeline to this? We're running a shelter GBV for women and the children. So basically mothers and the children. If they don't, if it's GBV victim, we obviously take them in. Each person grows at their own pace. And they heal at their own time, and they can be reintroduced into society. How do you put a timeline on that kind of human element?
You are not putting a timeline on them healing. You are putting a timeline on the processes that are going to guide you in helping them.
Okay,
the timeline, yeah, the timeline is not on them healing. The timeline is the steps that you are going to take in helping them heal.
So are we going to have to do this individually for each person?
No. Your center is saying, we are Cronier's shelter. At Cronier's shelter, we get women. On average, you're working on an average because you never know when you're going to get. We get,
of course,
20 beneficiaries that are coming through per month. This is the programs that we had planned we want to do with the 20 that is coming in on average. Sometimes we'll get 25, sometimes we'll get 15. But this is what we have planned with them. From day one, when they come in, this is what we want to do with them. Moving forward. So you are planning activities as a center, not based on Spongile showing up on your door.
Okay,
But
so it will be a collective.
It's based on your center, not on individuals.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so you will work on an aggregate and saying, normally we receive 10 people per month. You aggregate it out. You can look, take your stats for a month and say from the 1st till the 30th, the first we receive 5, whatever, and then aggregate it out. Then you know per month, this is how many people come through your center, and base your activities or your project based on those numbers and the activities that you can do with them.
Okay, cool. Got it.
Any other questions on implementation? One, going twice, it's gone.
I like your new strategy now, going once, going twice. It works for me.
The implementation schedule, it is a total view of the duration of the project in a graphic format, mapping out the project and activities and timelines. So like I was saying, if it was in a shelter, you will have your inception report, the preparation materials, the application process, the dissemination of information, the confirmation of whatever you want to do. It can still follow these steps. If you are in another setting, you're saying, we are training. SIPS is going to train these kids. Where's the inception report? I'm saying I'll do the inception report in the first month. I'll prepare the materials for training in the first month. I'll do the application process as well in the first month to say, I'm going to this school. I have applied to this school. This is where I'm going to do my training. I'm telling the donor, I'm saying in the second month, I'll also still be working on application processes. On the third month, I'll be disseminating information. On the last month, I'll be doing something else. Can you see how you do your implementation plan now, Beatrice?
Yes, I see, subs. I see. Cool.
Yeah. So an implementation plan also needs to come. It needs to cover all the month that you had set. Your project plan starts from this date, it ends on this date. So on your proposal, you need to have something like this. If it's a year project, it will have 12 months on it, and you'll be specific on your activities that you are doing on the right-hand side to say month 1 or week 1. Some of them you can even divide into weeks. We are doing this. Week 2, we are doing this. And 3 months later, we'll be doing this. You know, it shows me like visually, quickly. When I look at this, I know exactly
at a
what
glance,
you're doing, when you're doing it. I don't have to read. Yes.
Yeah, and people don't have time to read anymore.
Yeah. Finally, the monster, the budget. Remember, in our first page, when you were introducing yourself, writing the name, organization, I said also write the amount of how much you are applying for. Here, you do it differently. You are being specific. You're saying, oh, this is, remember I told you there's 2 different funds. The other one, 20% of that fund can go to your overheads. 80% needs to address the project. So you start adding your activities to say, we're going to do this. This is how much it will cost. We're going to do this. This is how much it will cost. This is how much we are requesting. So that also in a glimpse, the donor can see what activities you're going to do and how much are they costing. Already he knows, but he can see your split and he can be happy or not happy with your split and come back and say, I'm happy with your overall project, but I would like you to change this fund to this, or I see your cost is higher than what you have requested. Where are you planning to get the other money? You can come back and say, we have divided our project into 2. The first phase is what we fund, we're asking you to fund. The second phase, which is based on the total cost, it will be funded on phase 2. So it will be our, we will welcome you to fund both phases, phase 1 and phase 2, based on the total cost. But what we are requesting now with this application is for phase 1. So your amount can always be higher. Your total cost can always be higher than the requested amount because you are trying to push your funder to fund you for more than 1 year. This is my last slide and I'm expecting questions. This time I'm choosing people, Miriam. I'm starting with Alicia.
Okay, Sibs, I don't particularly have any questions, but I'd just like to comment on a few things. As fundraisers and proposal writers on a daily basis, as many would agree, we do have daily needs. And I think in our capacity as fundraisers, we're always focusing on those needs for our organization. But this training in terms of proposal writing, especially these 10 points that you did go through, it's been very informative because it also provides us with insight and checks all the tick boxes that the funders actually look for. So in that aspect, I think we also need to consider what the donor needs to know and what they would be looking for, and not only specifically just focus on our need and putting out our need over there. Yeah, so this has been very informative, and there's many aspects that I realize that I am lacking in as I do proposal writing. So yeah, I think a bit of adding on to the aspects that you have went through today. I'm hoping for more success in fundraising. So yeah, thank you. That's from me.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Beatrice?
Yes, Sebs, can you write my first proposal for me?
It's been quite informative. I must say it's the first time that I've actually been, I can almost call it a lecture because it was so professionally done as well. So I'm gonna come knocking at your door. I will write together with my other board members. Or actually we have a very prolific writer, Dr. Pastor Tami. That's also on the platform. He's also with us at Woman to Woman. He's a prolific writer. So can I go back a few slides where you said we need to protect our documentation, but that's not the word I want to use. We need to protect our Dr. Tami, help me out here. Because that has been, yeah, our intellectual property. Yes, thank you. Because that has been a concern with us a few months ago. And I mean, we get PDF overwriters these days. If you give them a hard copy, they can make a copy. They can just change the names, the words, the terminology. How do we go about protecting that intellectual property?
Yeah, I'm not an IT fundi, but I know you can do it with your documents by making sure that as much, it's not about just PDFing them, that if somebody uses them, you can sue them, or you can put something on your document that they cannot change it. They can copy it, but they cannot change the wording on the document. But I can also
so it's
share
basically
this.
like doing a Google search. You're going to write something and you change some of the words, and then legally it's not that person's
It's no more,
intellectual
yeah, it's not yours, but
yeah, so yeah, there's no real hard and fast rule then about it, except that they can't use your wording exactly the way that you. So we can put somewhere in the document.
But look, when you giving somebody a document, you can also always ask them to sign a document of confidentiality.
And non-disclosure, okay.
And non-disclosure, yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry that I had to go back, but it just came to me now.
Yeah,
'cause,
no,
yeah, that was
I
a
know.
pressing question.
Gary? Yes,
Thank
Gary.
you. I just want to refer back to your slide number 10. And under activities, you've got human resources. My experience in fundraising, I've been doing the fundraising for Betricom since 2009, and I just want to thank you for this training. I wish I had have had it in 2009. I think I would have been a multi-millionaire by now. This has really been, yeah, it's been informative, especially your slide 9, 8, and 7. I found it very good. But my experience in fundraising is that at this point in time, we only have social development that will pay a stipend, and I have one other funder that will pay a stipend. And the other funder, social development, pays specific stipends, but they are very low. For example, a house mother is only at 3,000 Rand a month, and that's a living position. And then the project manager is only 3,900 on the budget that they've given us. Yeah, so field workers only get 2,700 Rand. So the stipends are very low. And then the other funder has given me a total of 30,000 Rand for the year for stipends, and I've told them that we've got 7 staff members. My experience on the human resource side is that very, very few funders fund this section, and it's very difficult. They want you to, my experience is that they want to add it into administrative costs, and then no funder likes to see more than 30% of the funding going to administrative costs.
Yeah, I think, Gary, the move to co-funding it's best, because with all these other funds, you know, they want to tell you how to structure the fund itself. That's why I think ultimately you would want to apply for a co-funding. That would give you a more flexibility on how you structure salaries and other things. And again, I think, you know, with all these funders, what you're saying to me, it's so unfair when we have prescribed minimum pay in the country to say they need to adhere to that. Maybe you should get the minimum pay register from not DPME, Department of not Labor, DPSA, to give you, you know, so that you have a brief understanding of how low they can go, because you can hold them liable for pushing you to have a project that needs 10 facilitators with money that is not enough to pay for 10 facilitators. Unless the project doesn't need 10 facilitators, we are trying to add more people just because we feel sorry for them that they need to be earning something. But if it's based on the project and how you have shared it with the donor, they should at least pay the minimum salaries that are for those categories, nothing less than that. But again, like I'm saying, we're fighting different things. We're not just fighting GBV and other things. We're also fighting labor issues. And so if you are willing to take on that fight as well, it's a winnable fight because you will have documentation. That's why when I say whatever you're supporting, sometimes when you do your proposals, even that you can add and say, I'm basing my human resources based on a minimum prescribed salaries that are offered by government. This is the attachment.
Yeah, the answer to that is that we should not be relying on them. Social development's answer anyway, is that we should not be relying on them for our total staff costs. We should be finding other funders. And it's our responsibility to pay above them or minimum wage or above. It's not their responsibility. They're subsidizing it. That's their answer.
Yeah, but remember the Constitution. It says they need to do right by us. So it's not about subsidies. We're doing this because they cannot do it. As much as they are the biggest service provider, but if they cannot do it, and the civil society was stepping in where they cannot, they need to come to the party as well.
Sibs, can I jump in here?
Yes.
So there was an email sent to all shelters from the different provincial reps about a month ago, requesting information on specifically salaries and the annual budgets that are coming through DST, as well as what your actual spending is for the year. And NSM requested this almost a month ago. We're still waiting for feedback from shelters. So those that are here, if you can please send that information before the end of day tomorrow. Melanie did send a follow-up to the reps for that again. The reason for this is that NSM is looking at having this taken into a legal space because it is not fair on what DST is doing. So based on this conversation, please, if you haven't submitted that information to your provincial rep yet, please, it's urgent that you do that now.
Sorry, can you, oh, this is Beatrice again. Can you please send that email to woman, because it hasn't come by through to us.
Okay, I'll follow up. And Fisani's had her hand up for a while, so.
Do you have our email address?
Yes,
You
we've
can share
got
it on
the email addresses.
Okay, lovely.
Hi, Fisani.
Thanks again, Sibs. You know what, I was actually thinking maybe I should even use Zulu here so that at least I can become more clearer because I struggle a bit with English, but I'll just try.
All right, sis.
I need help.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So Sibs, kunale issue ne I don't know whether it's an issue or it's just maybe in a few places. The issue of fundraising in non-profit sector. I just need maybe guidance or assistance from everyone to say in some NPOs, we find that the board members who are there and they are also expected to do fundraising. You find that they are actually struggling themselves. Abakhoni bona self ukubhala ama proposals or mhlawumbe uthola ukuthi le NPO ayinabo abantu aba-skilled in fundraising board. Then uthole ukuthi that role seyinikezwa one of abasebenzi la ku NPO. Uthole again ukuthi kunjalo akuna compensation mangatsho ngithi mhlawumbe iholo elithile elibekelwe ukuthi okay lo fundraiser uthola isalary yokuthi ngoba ne fundraising uyayenza. I'm talking this from a personal experience. Ngibona ngathi again nalokho angifuni ukuthi kucindezelwa or kanjani, but ngibona ngathi kungase kuyenze i-non-profit ingakhuli because sizobukana singabasebenzi ukuthi okay, especially mase ku-same level singabasebenzi ngubani ozoqala ukwenza le fundraise. So how best can ama NPO adlule kuleyo ndawo ukuthi kugcine kunomuntu oyenza i-fundraising ibe effective mangabe i-board ayikhona ukwenza lokho.
Thank you, Fisan. Fisan was just asking that in her organization, they do not have specific skills for fundraising. Sometimes it's given to somebody whose mandate is not to fundraise, and they're not compensated for adding that to her mandate. So how does she deal with it? If you remember when we started, let me just see if I can find this date. This memos. Sorry, I'm trying to look for this correct slide so that I can address this. No, further down. Yeah, there. When we're speaking of registration, then can you see that last point, in-house administration? Fisani?
I see it, yes, I see
Oh,
it.
yes, yes. I was referring to every person that is working for that NGO to be registered, even if they are working part-time. But the registration includes job description. It includes your mandate to know what are you expected to do.
I see that.
Yes, what you are expected to do so that you can deliver and you know what people are expecting from you. If your organization has not done that, then you would have issues like the ones that you are raising now. Because if there's no capacity and they see that you have capacity to do it, they need to renegotiate with you to add responsibilities on your plate. And yes, sometimes it doesn't mean we have to negotiate everything. Sometimes as members of the organization, you know that you have to do some things that go beyond the mandate and description of your, but if you feel that this is heavy, this is taking too much of my time, then you need to sit down with them and make sure that they revise your duties and give you a proper description of what you are doing in the organization and compensate you accordingly. I hope it responds to you.
It is very helpful. Thanks so much, Sips.
Okay, I saw another hand, Miriam. I don't see the name.
The hand's gone down. I didn't see who raised.
Oh, okay. Any other questions or words of wisdom or complaints? Even a complaint is good. Kim?
Hi again, Subs. I think, in hearing also some of the feedback from everyone else, from like Beatrice and what have you, It sounds like you've facilitated a workshop to really a mixed bag, if I could say, best described like like masala, like really a mixed, really a mixed masala here. Because some of us, like myself, who have been involved in reporting to funders for maybe, so for 15 years, I've been involved in something around report writing and, with funders. And then so that's the first 4 years, and of that 15 years, the last 11 years was, some writing some of the proposals of the organization, what have you. So some of us have a certain amount of background, but I think your presentation spoke to everyone. Was suitable in that way, where it could approach a wide kind of audience, because I could definitely get a lot out from what you had presented. And I think some of it was more aha, because it's something we've been doing, but we didn't think of it in the way that you've phrased it or you've presented it. So thank you very much for I just want to say thank you for your presentation. And I'm going to speak to the rest of our management team, our senior management team, about your offer of having to look at, and thank you for saying that you could look at our proposals. We can send a proposal to you, and you could give us some pointers on what we've could change and correct. And then also that, we could even contact you. So thank you very much for that. This has been very insightful. And I've never been for any training on proposal writing. I just jumped into it because of the need in the organization. And I'm assuming many of us might be in a similar situation. You get into a position, or the organization gets into a certain need of needing someone who they think maybe has a good command of the language, English or so, and then you sort of drawn into it, and it's great experience. So no complaints there. What I thought was a bit of a concern from what Gary was saying, I think it was Gary, about the amounts that the stipends that are being paid, and it definitely sounds like the different provinces has different prices. My word, for different positions, and for the same position, sorry, different payments for the same positions, like of house mother, for instance. And so I think what Mariam was also, sort of commented thereafter. This is serious. I think it's a serious, guys, where maybe we need to actually know what's happening in the different provinces, where we can compare, because I think some are actually. And I thought that what we are getting for instance, the house mothers, which is 4,160 at the moment per month. I thought that was very little, and then I hear somewhere else is 3,000. It's quite wow. It's quite shocking. So thank you very much for this platform, the sharing, and your presentations.
Thank you so much, Kim. Value every input. I think it's important that as activists we continue talking and sharing skills so that we can improve. You see, Gary didn't say this as well. We were not aware that there's also this discrepancy. It's very important to continue communicating amongst each other. Because it serves the purpose. We get knowledge. I've got so much knowledge as well from just participating today. Mariam, can I hand over back to you?
Yes, thank you, Subs. First, I want to thank everybody for joining. We had over 50 people. I know people had to go in and out because of load shedding and other meetings, but we will make the recording as well as Subs' presentation available to everybody. And I would like to thank SIBS for doing this for us. I think when it started, there were a few people that were nervous as where we started, but I think SIBS tied together, you know, legislation, where we are as a sector in GBV and how shelters fit in, and then in terms of the different requirements in terms of setting up. And I know that later, I think in about a month's time, we are going to do governance training, and I think where SIBS set us up really ties into not just this training, but the rest of the capacity building training that we're doing this year with sheltering from NSM side. And in terms of the last discussion that we're having, I think that, you know, it brings everything back together so that everybody understands that this problem with the way stipends are allocated, because budgets are allocated to shelters from the different provincial DSD and not national, there's different rates. And the inconsistencies NSM has been looking at since, I think it was the end of 2020. So thank you for actually realizing that, Kim and Gary, for raising it in this forum as well. And I think that putting all of this together helped, I think, like Kim mentioned, where we have people that've never written reports and those that have, but it brings everybody to a place of understanding because of the manner in which it was actually presented. So SIBS, you did a great job on that, and we thank you. So I think we can wrap up here, and I will make everything available to everybody on email before the end of today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Thank you, SIBS. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day.
This was helpful.
Thank you, SIBS. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Thanks,
Thanks.
everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, David.
Thank you,
Thanks
bye.
a lot.
Bye.
Bye.